men that's threatening you for women that they want to be and that have guns and AK-47s and juggernauts and shut up, bitch. Shut your weak ass up, bitch. Shut your weak ass up, bitch. You're not a street person. Hey, bro. Hey, okay. This what I'm finna say. That's real street, bro. And I don't give a fuck.
I agree. I'm not a street person.
Of course. You a pussy. Look, I've had resources for women. Shut up, bitch. I've had resources for women.
It sounds like you all access to vulnerable women.
Okay, cool. I've had resources for women that went without power, that went without food.
Kendo, you should be the fucking pitch person for Newport cigarettes, I swear to God.
Newport's in Black and Miles, bro.
Newport's in Black and Miles.
Y'all 2020.
And that's what y'all figure. Listen to these crackers. Listen to these whores. Listen to these. Of course.
I mean, I'm African personally.
You know I help white and black women, right?
I don't care about.
No.
I'm an African person.
No, I don't care if you're an African person. You're a bitch.
I mean, I might be.
But the fact that Callie
know that
is assisting you.
I mean, Callie knows me and respects me, and maybe doesn't.
She respects you because she doesn't respect herself.
No, I think it's because I'm myself.
She doesn't respect her kids.
I mean, if you knew Callie,
she had kids under false premises. I know her.
Kids, actually.
I know her whole life.
Do you know your whole life?
Apparently
not. She's not a real person.
Oh, is she AI?
She's not a real person.
Is she AI?
No, she is a real person. I don't tell her.
No, she's not. She's not a real person.
So, Kendo, tell us about her kids and what happened to them.
Oh, that's a little personal.
How they
That's a little personal.
No, it's not personal. She has no kids.
Oh.
How about you?
What do y'all find these trophies, man?
I don't know. It came out of nowhere, but it kind of made the night.
Yeah, that's cool.
I have to say, it's a step up. It's a step up from the fucking the Hamas sympathizers, though. We'll get
yeah, totally.
And I bet Mojo, whenever I get to you, I'll kill you.
That's the kind of mean.
Hey, that's an interesting thing to say publicly.
Just a Billy Baby sprint?
At least not cowardice.
No, Mojo.
Did they call you a Hamas sympathizer?
I think they.
At least my supporters are fed. Yours.
They must think it's shopping the base.
Yours.
True. You definitely look bad. Your ladies in your homes, who knows? They're probably like not. But you definitely got your fair share.
Okay, are you done?
Kendo, did you get AIDS from sharing needles or from gay sex?
I think he said both.
Is that like something that's supposed to like?
Kendo, did you ever hit a woman so you could eat her for dessert? That's what I want.
Never.
You're kind of fat, bro.
You think I'm fat?
Kendall is not fat
Yeah, I think you're
at all.
fat.
He's not fat at all.
No, Beamer, let them do this. Let them do this. Beamer, you stay out of this. No. Everybody who doesn't fuck with me.
Oh, I'll fuck with you, bro. But I thought this was you in the picture, but it's not. So
okay, yeah, that's cool.
That statement.
Hold on, I want to add you people too. Come on.
Yeah, please add me, please.
I'm gonna add you.
You're more exciting.
Well, then why are you being a bitch? You a
I
bitch.
mean, I'm not. I like.
No. I'm gonna block you, bro. Shut your bitch ass up. You a pussy. You're a pussy. You're a
How do
pussy.
you go from
You're a pussy.
adding to blocking so fast?
No. I know who to add and who's a pussy.
Yeah.
You're a pussy.
Yeah, I love you too.
You're a pussy. Have a good night. Marshall, I'm gonna kick his ass somewhere else. So he feels strong right here. And I want him to feel strong
Marshall
right here.
would beat your fucking ass.
No, Marshall is a peon to me. Marshall is a peon.
If you had to be pegged, what color would it be?
Let's see, you're a faggot.
Hot pink for his bag. Hot pink and like would link with a red light.
No, I don't think it would be hot pink. I would think you would choose something manly, bold, like purple or red. You want a big red fucking dildo in your ass? Or like, what color? Gray? Like, gray is classic.
Not the green
He
one.
wants that Newport green.
Ah, Newport Green. Kendo, Newport Green? You gonna represent?
Not represent.
All y'all gotta do.
Yeah, but that was
I just say the Jason thing for the AI generator. And the AI generator can say the Jason thing that we can say about the generation.
Did you just get a country accent out of nowhere?
Well, he had his day in officiating and joining into something that people don't know about.
I feel like I'm being tricked.
Well, you're not being tricked. You're just being white.
Oh,
And that's all right. Hey, bitch. Hey, bitch. Hey, bitch.
Kendo, you're more white collar.
No, bitch. I'm not white at all.
You're in.
Okay, all right, cool.
Kendo,
And as I take your secular data, as I take your secular data,
Kendo,
it was nice.
Mothers you have?
It was nice to meet you.
No, it wasn't. You're a white man, a colonizer, and I despise you.
Good day.
You are far whiter than I am, sir. That was fun.
Jesus Christ. Be Master and her friends, man. This has been one.
You said y'all gotta chill out on her next time when she call her boys back.
I don't know why people gotta accuse me of being white when they're more Irish and European than I am. I mean, Mojo, you're a white man. You can't win that argument, but I can.
Actually, my people were conquered by the Moors, so I am blacker than anyone on this state.
No, I ain't gonna let you get away with that. You're just because you're Portuguese.
The Portuguese were conquered by the Moors, and therefore I am easily the blackest person on.
I mean, literally, my people are from Africa. You can't win.
Yeah.
And none of my people were Irish. Unlike that guy.
I don't know, man. I've been playing this game for a while on this app, and I've yet to meet somebody that's blacker than I am.
See, I'm newer to it, but I think I'm like learning quickly. What do you think?
Oh, you're doing good. I mean, some of these guys are fake blacks. You know, they're look. Just because you drink Hennessy and smoke a Newport doesn't make you fuck.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I think like all blacks are fake blacks.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
I was gonna say. I mean, like if blacks are more Irish than I am, I think that makes them fake. Do you disagree?
That's probably loud.
I don't know. I think honestly
it's not a machine.
the true
Go
test
ahead,
is
Kirko. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was talking about.
the true test, Jeff, is below the waist. That's how we prove our black.
I got great ankles. What are you talking about? The best ankles. Fucking George Galloway lost an election, has nothing better to do than sit on Clubhouse. It's so pathetic.
Why doesn't he come up here and talk to us?
Because he doesn't have good facts, and he's a pussy, and he literally is just trying to figure out how to not kill himself. Because he was almost in a conversation for a while, and now he's totally irrelevant in England. And if you're not Italian or Jewish, you should not be wearing that hat, George. That is, you are literally stealing people's cultures.
Oh, he is a fucking creepy bastard. Look at him. I didn't even click on his picture. Oof.
I mean, he used to be important, so we couldn't call him a pedophile, but he does look like a pedophile. I'm not gonna lie.
Can we all agree? Can we unite on the fact that white people on this app are fucking weird?
Yeah, fucking whites.
The fucking whites.
So was it an actual topic, or just shoot the shit and be toxic?
Yeah, toxic. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And I include all the people that are 17% Irish, by the way, Mojo. They're all white.
Happy to
Sorry,
report
Tony.
that I don't make
Irish
okay.
whiskey's
No.
pretty good though.
So I was looking the other day, and the people with the least admixture are from Georgia and South Carolina, and of course I'm from Georgia. So I happen to fit that archetype. I have ways.
You're saying the least Irish mixture?
Yes. And why is it always the Irish? Why is it always the Irish?
It literally is always this is funny. So this is kind of new. You know me a long time. But lately, when people come to the room and be like, white boy, fucking white boy, I'm like, I'm not white. What the fuck? I just started throwing out there. I'm like, you're fucking Irish. And I had 6 guys in a row be like, yeah, I'm 27% Irish. How'd you know? I'm like, why are you even answering me? You're trying to fight with me. But they're all Irish. Every one of them are Irish. I think Irish make oh, this is gonna sound really racist. I think having Irish ancestry makes people dumber. If they're not all Irish. Black people. I think if black people have Irish ancestry,
Yeah, you're right. That's pretty racist.
I know. It's terrible.
I'm pinging Brad, Jeff. It's going down.
What's Brad gonna do about it? Because he's Irish?
Isn't he Irish?
I don't know. He's a fucking idiot too, though. But that would actually just reinforce everything. So I don't know. It's really weird. I just threw out Irish. They could be German. They could be there's so many other colonizers, but they're all Irish. The fucking idiots go through my room. So I'm
part Irish.
Yeah, they seem to be they were prolific during that era. I don't know. Yeah.
At least the loudmouth ones who come to my room and call me white, they're all Irish. It's very strange. So, I don't think there's a problem with Irish people, but there's definitely a weird pattern.
Jeff, do you know that Roger supports
I forgot to look. I'm glad you said something. I forgot. Oh, that girl.
there was a Kirko, you're on mic. There was a school shooter, and ran inside a school, and amongst all these children and teachers, and Roger says, yeah. The police are like, we're just gonna bomb the whole building, make sure we get the school shooter. And Roger's like, yeah, That's solid.
Well, I don't know the context, but that sounds like a bad idea to me.
Yeah, why? I'm
At least
curious.
based on the information you gave me. But then again, your information has been so unreliable.
Yeah, she's trying to trap you into this weird thing about killing.
Oh, that's hilarious. Wait, hold on. Yeah. First of all, my information has been so reliable. Is that a fair? Do you think that that's a fair statement?
Oh, incredibly, yeah. I mean, we wasted like almost half an hour talking about your distinction without a difference, where you wanted to argue with Roger's 58,000 that he was quoting from Hamas, and you said, no, I had 58,000 and it's not from Hamas. Except that when we dug into the details of what you provided, the link, after you insisted on berating us with your ignorant, like not really knowledgeable information, you finally gave us the link, and then when I went to the link under the link, it actually said, it shows in my PTR that it came from Hamas. But anyhow. Like what you said sounds really bad.
You can't just go over that. So I would encourage everybody who is interested to know that that's incorrect information to click the link in the chat, and you'll see that my claim was that I can provide another source that was not from the Ministry of Health, that was not from Hamas.
Except you acknowledge that you didn't go to the link. And
I opened it. I eventually was able to open it. I read the article. I obviously read it because I quoted things inside of the link, Jeff. I was able to get it open, but that was
the best part of you, B-Master. You never know when you lost the debate.
Hold on. Do you know what's interesting? My claim. No, I'm not gonna. That's crazy, you guys. That's not genuine at all. You guys, I said that I had a source that was outside of that was not Hamas, that was not Ministry of Health. You guys said I didn't. So then they didn't quote Hamas.
Everyone go and look at Jeff's PTR to show the link, the information contained in the link that B-Master showed that shows that indeed they do quote Hamas. So B-Master, you're just wrong. And by the way, you admitted that you didn't even click on the fucking link. So what the fuck are you?
Okay, so I'll give a quick explanation for the people that are not. Please don't. You guys just aren't genuine interlocutors. I think that's really disappointing.
I'm just gonna ask for like one mic because it also appears to be 2 versus 1. Even if both of you are correct, it's just let her.
Yeah, even though they're basically both not correct. So the idea is that there was an MSF article, okay? So the Médecins Sans Frontières from out of Paris, France, okay? They are the ones who did the independent study. I read the article, and Jeff, hold on. So I'm not misleading anybody. I'm telling everybody exactly what happened in the order that it happened. I read the article and I got the information. I read the article to which I gave you guys the information. There was a specific breakdown of the actual report, which I had not opened at the time. I was giving you the information that was included in the link, right?
Yes,
which I provided. But then but the information, all that it was, so that's the difference. Like when you want to, it was an abridged version without giving the specifics of how they collected the information. So all that the link was the specific breakdown and the objective of the actual findings. It was not the actual. Okay, so that's the only difference. That's the only difference. So it's like it's the difference between reading an article that reads a study and gives the abridged version versus reading it. But it doesn't matter. Eventually, I did open it up and I did read it, and still it was an independent. MSF is independent. They are not from the Ministry of Health. They are not from Hamas. They were able to match, right, the data collected, which your thing says. It says that the structured questionnaire collected which from them independently from MSF households, okay, from the composition, deaths and injuries and recent illnesses, chronic diseases, etc. They were matched by, and it wasn't all of them. It was 88% were matched.
How long have you been single?
Okay. So you guys said that it wasn't, and I did provide what I said. If you want to disagree with that information, that's fine. I don't care about that. But saying that I didn't do what I said I was going to do. Well, okay. Well, you guys, I would encourage everybody to click the MSF link, and you'll clearly see that MSF is the Médecins Sans Frontières, which has nothing to do with Hamas, right? Go ahead,
Don't
and I
dispronounce the
encourage you to definitely not listen to
It's
these
not some friends.
disingenuous interlocutors.
Medicine without friends. That's who she claimed this is.
Right.
If
And they
I
have
can
nothing
get
to
the
do.
cue,
They have nothing.
I
to
don't
do
want to
with
interrupt anybody, but if I could get.
Go ahead, Brad.
Okay, thank you. So real quick, I'll make this very quick. So, you said that you were going to get these numbers that were independent, and I predicted that the numbers that you would come up with came from the Ministry of Health. You actually said that you were going to get numbers from the UN. That was your original claim. And I said, well, the UN, and I indicated that, well, the UN gets their information from Hamas, which they do. They freely admit that from the Ministry of Health. And so when you look at those numbers that the UN reports, which again, that was your original claim, it's 58,000, which is the number that they got from the Ministry of Health in Gaza, which is Hamas. And then you said, no, they got it from another source. You then said it was Doctors Without Borders. That was your next claim, is where the UN got it from, which goes against the UN's claim that they get their numbers, and they say consistently that the most reliable numbers come from Ministry of Health of Gaza, which is Hamas. And so, and then we asked you for a source, and for 5 minutes straight you said you would not produce a source. So then you went and you scoured the internet to try to find a source, and then instead of coming with Doctors Without Borders, you came out with this MCF thing, whatever the fuck it is. You didn't look at the fucking link. You admitted that you didn't look at the link, and you said this is independent. This has nothing to do with the Ministry of Health. And then the last thing I would say is just go ahead and click on Jeff's PTR, which will actually show you that in the document that you shared the link of, that you didn't bother looking at, actually says that they got the information from Ministry of Health. And more importantly, the number that they came up with was the exact number that I quoted that you decided to disagree with, which was fucking...
So now we wasted another 20 minutes agreeing on the same.
Okay, so you that was mostly accurate, but the problems were. It was. So and I'll explain. So when I said it came from the UN, I said it came from the UN because it came from a UN report. It came from the Humanitarian Situation Update number 306, right? And then you said, what's your source? And I said OSHA. Remember OCHA? I said OSHA. And so when I opened up the OSHA report and it gave me the numbers, I went down to find the sources of where that came from. And that source, hold on. That source came from the MSF. And I said that was Doctors Without Borders. MSF, the Medicine Sans Frontiers, translate to Doctors Without Borders, Roger. So it's the same fucking thing. Okay, so that's how that went. So you can check, and you can check me the report July 17th, the UN report, humanitarian situation. That's why I said the UN, right? But ultimately, I got the ultimate information was not right. That was the goal was to not get it from Ministry of Health. And this source was not from Ministry of Health, okay?
You convinced us. We accept the numbers that we agreed to at the beginning.
I just want to ask Bima and Jeff, do you guys both agree with me that the number is 58?
Yes.
No, I think it's more.
Where's your source?
My heart.
You don't have one. Or a brain.
Well, if you guys are gonna fuck with me and say I didn't give you it, Roger's over here saying that
the source you provided
said
Doctors
Without Borders and Medicine Sans Frontiers literally translate to Doctors Without Borders, right? Clearly he's fucking trolling, okay?
What number did they come up with? What number did they come up with?
You said it was Médecins Sans France, which is like Doctors Without France.
Okay, Frontiers, whatever it is, MSF. Medicine Sans Frontiers. I don't know how to do it, but whatever. Translate the fucking Doctors Without Borders, okay?
That's true.
So anyway, thank you, appreciate that.
What number they came up with, Bima? Just out of curiosity, what was their number?
0.41 deaths per 10,000 people per day.
Mm-hmm. And that translates to exactly?
58,800 something.
Amazing. Amazing how that math works.
What a coincidence.
Well, I mean, like, listen, if you wanted to challenge it, I'm not gonna say, don't challenge
No, there
it.
is no challenge. You came up with the same number, but said that you fucking had some revelation of knowledge here. I said it was 58,000, and you.
The link she didn't click said that it came from Hamas.
No,
By
I
the
think
way,
it's like
just to
100,000.
clarify, because like experience tells me something here. Bima, what part of Canada?
Your mother's ass.
Oh, so Toronto.
Hey,
Yep.
Bima, are
What?
you still with
What, Roger? You're
Are you
mean.
still? Are you still with the abusive guy that doesn't like you to be on club?
No, he just wants all my attention.
What happened that night though? Like when you disappeared. Like, did he beat you? Like, seriously, we were concerned. We actually had a concerned moment.
No, he just said enough, and I have to give him what he wants because I love him.
Well, that sounds like wow. The anarchist just has to give him what he wants.
Yeah, voluntarily, of course.
It didn't sound very voluntary when he was telling you to get off the fucking phone.
Well, he didn't say get off the effing phone. He just wanted my attention. I mean, I don't blame him.
I mean, Doctors Without Borders says that's a.
Hey, have you seen Gabor Mate's documentary?
No, I don't watch documentaries. Documentaries are where people go to be convinced of stupid.
Yeah, the problem with documentaries is oftentimes they don't cite their sources.
They literally never cite the sources. It's where idiots go to be convinced of the things they already.
There's no documentaries that you can think of that were helpful.
I think there's some documentaries that are factually based, but I think a lot of them, like I said, don't use those sources. Like the History Channel has big form documentaries, like World War II, The Men Who Made America. Those kinds of documentaries, I think, are truthful.
So I think the world would be smarter if no documentaries existed. And if you disagree with me, you're not on the winning side.
Okay, Jeff. Burns or Attenborough? If one of those guys could never exist, who would it be?
Are they documentarians?
Yeah. Ken Burns and Richard Attenborough.
Yeah, Ken Burns is a great documentarian.
I don't value documentaries enough to know who either of them are, but I'm sure they're both terrible.
Ken Burns did this classic documentary on the American Civil War, considered like the top notch of documentaries that talk about the Civil War. And then David Attenborough is a naturalist, and he was the voice on planet Earth.
So by definition, the documentary format is absolutely misleading, right? Like critical thinking does not work well with video because video can be manipulated, it can be cut, it can be split, it can be all these things. So like the documentary as a modern format is not something that actually promotes truth. It's something that promotes bias in every case. Whether I agree with the bias or I don't, in every case, it's a biased format. I much prefer looked at facts.
Well, yeah, like the documentaries made about the Mayans are biased to talk about Mayans.
Wait, hold on. No, I gotta disagree with this. So like, it would when they did Beyond the Mat. Let me just apologize up front for bringing up pro wrestling in such a highbrow conversation that we're having here. But in Beyond the Mat, it's not a biased perspective. It's showing you, it's pulling back the curtain and letting people see it, and then and people took a lot of different things away from that, and so you could actually approach a documentary in a way where you're just exposing something and allowing the viewer to take what they.
I mean, you can, but Beyond the Mat, also sorts of things that you don't know about the pro wrestling world. Now, if we're talking about wrestling documentaries, I'm a big fan of Glow on Netflix. That was the best documentary.
That's not a
ever.
documentary. That is a serial TV show.
It was fantastic, and it was totally truthy, and it had hot women.
Did you see Beyond the Mat?
No, I don't watch documentaries, Mojo.
You should watch that one.
No. Why? So I can be convinced that these people were like taken advantage of. Like, what was the agenda of it? Like, tell me in 15 seconds what you learned.
It exposed the brutal realities of what these guys go through.
It exposed the bias, painting the wrestlers as victims.
No,
when
not
many
at all.
of them got rich,
not
or whatever. Like,
not at all. Not at all.
It by definition is biased. Read it. You'll do.
Yeah, I think you're wrong about this. I think you probably have a couple of documentaries. You just said you don't watch them, so you probably have watched them that do have some that have had bias, and that now you said that all of them have a bias. And I'm just giving you an example of one that clearly does not.
I mean, it probably does. It probably is biased against the promoters.
I don't know. It actually drew a lot of attention to the promoters, so I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. I don't have like, just like you're like, oh, the Jews and the Muslims and the Christians. I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't have one in pro wrestling.
Well, but I will say this. I don't have a dog in the fight of a religion, but I will say there is one particular religion where the hero in their story fucks 9-year-old girls, and that's a little bit beyond the pale.
And he's also basically an African warlord. And that's not to mean African, but warlord.
8 years old. I actually was fucking choosing.
Well, the most precise answer I got was 8 years, 9 months. So they rounded up.
So, Mojo, here's the thing. Like, as disturbing as that is, and it's super disturbing, let's be clear. What's amazing to me is there's no hadith that says she enjoyed it.
Yeah, but there is two separate ones that talk about the cum stains on.
Was that Al Clinton?
The other one that I thought was weird was when they talked about Solomon talking to ants, or at least listening to the ants in the colony. And I understand they're trying to say, look, he's wise, he can understand even what the ants are saying. I get that. But, fuck, dude. Who reads it? Besides 2 million people. 2 billion.
People?
Billion.
I think we should go back talking about how
You know who does
Roger supports when criminals go and hide in schools.
I was going to say more.
He supports police dropping bombs on the schools.
I mean, again, the way you say it sounds terrible, but, you know.
Yeah.
I haven't found you that reliable so far.
Source, please, for the schools.
Oh, so
I mean, was he trolling? Did he actually say that?
What is the position you're telling me that I hold?
Were they building a tunnel underneath?
That you want to bomb the school because of his...
Gaza.
Were they building a tunnel? Was Hamas...
Oh, was this a Gaza school? Like, I'm sorry, that wasn't clear. So, like, now, once again, you're misleading there.
So it makes a difference. If it was in the United States, right, it would be all of a sudden there's like a different... okay. That's interesting.
Yes, fundamentally, it's very... So, hold on, Marshall. Yeah. So, yes, fundamentally, it's very different when a terrorist group controls all the schools and all the hospitals. And you, yes, absolutely, fundamentally, it makes a complete difference. It's not the Board of Education that's actually administering the schools in Gaza. By the way, the schools haven't been in session since October 7th, so the entire fact that you're bringing up schools in Gaza is completely disingenuous. So, yeah, Bima, you're full of shit. And,
it's a good analogy. It's a good analogy.
It's a false analogy.
It's a perfect
vapid,
analogy.
stupid woman who sounds morbidly obese, and clearly, you're an awful person.
Absolutely.
You're not, like, there's no intellectual honesty with you. Massive.
No, the idea. No, if we're being serious though, it's still
You
the
stop
same.
being serious. Stop being.
Jeff, you're so funny. Right. Right.
No, I'm not funny. You're
you are because you're the only one that's disingenuous. You've been the only one that's disingenuous the whole night.
Subject to this dumb propaganda. It's insane.
You refuse to accept the truth. You just say
Bima,
a bunch
you've
of
already
bullshit.
acknowledged that I was right several times because you're stupid.
No, I'm intellectually honest. You pointed something out that I missed.
You actually shared a source that you didn't even.
So I said, no, I did read. Hold on, I read the article. I read the article.
You didn't read the source.
I didn't read the breakdown. Hold on. I did. It was from the MSF website itself.
Your claim was dishonest.
See, that's dishonest right there.
No, your claim was that they didn't get their information from the Ministry of Health of Gaza, and
they didn't.
Jeff actually showed you in his screenshot exactly that the link that you didn't click on, the one that you shared with us, and you didn't click through. It actually shares. If you would have taken the time to read your own link, you wouldn't have made such a stupid.
The MSF website being Doctors Without Borders, do you actually listen to anything those fucking propaganda spewing bullshit artists?
Yeah, Ayatollah's website, yes. IRGC.
Listen, if you want to make those claims, that's fine, right? But you can't say that it's still the Ministry of Health. My claim was that the idea is not.
You didn't read your own fucking source.
Hold on, and you can't keep saying that. It was an independent study. No matter how many times you repeat that, how many times you repeat that. I read the entire 2 pages, every single character on the link that I opened up. Okay. Yes, it is exactly the study. If you open it up, the link that you're talking about, it's exactly 2 pages.
A study's not 2 pages. You don't understand what a study is.
The breakdown of the findings. The breakdown of the findings is what we're specifically talking about. The breakdown of the findings. You can't just gish gallop your way. Listen, the idea was I presented a source. I presented a source that I claimed was not Ministry of Health. I did. It was right off of the website. It was right off of the link which I provided in the chat. Right off of the link. Right off of the link. Right off of the link. The press release from the MSF.org site. Right.
You read a synopsis.
I read the article from July 9th of 2025. It was a nice, long, beautiful article. And at the bottom, it was the explainer on how they, the retrospective mortality survey among the MSF staff and family in Gaza. So when you open that link, you open that up and then it explains how they conducted their findings. Okay? So, still, you're wrong. And it's not very long. It was not much to read. It was 2 pages.
You didn't read it. You acknowledged
the
it in
entire
the chat.
thing.
Everybody,
the entire
look at
thing.
the chat. Go up to where
That
she
was the
shows
link.
she doesn't understand statistics.
That was the link.
Thanks for explaining
That
it.
was the
and
link.
She didn't read the chat.
No, that was something else. No, I didn't admit anything. I admitted that they were what he was talking about.
She admitted it before she read it, so it doesn't count.
No. The mortality rates, it said that the crude mortality rate was 0.41 deaths per 10,000 persons per day, which is 5 times higher than the pre-war estimates.
Okay.
Mhm.
So then they have the under 5 mortality rate was 0.70 per 10,000 day.
Listen, everybody
10
who's
times
listening,
higher
all
than
of
pre-war
this is
levels.
about- all of this
And
is
then
an
the
argument over
neonatal
numbers
mortality
we don't
rate
agree on.
was
We don't agree on-
42.3
we
deaths per
actually agree on the
1,000
numbers.
live births. Six
Hold on,
times
guys.
higher
Hold on.
than previous figures.
B-Master, B-Master, hold on. B-Master, hold on.
Directly from the link.
I just want to remind everyone of how we got here. I want to just remind everyone of how we got here. We talked about the numbers of death, and the number was 58,000 that comes from the Ministry of Health of Gaza, which is Hamas. And you indicated that you have a different number and that you got it. You said you got the number from the UN, and then when I told you, well, the UN gets their numbers from Hamas, you said, no, that's not true. They got them from another source. And then you said, Doc, stop order. If anybody wants to fact check me, please do. Besides B-Master, because she doesn't know what facts are. But
And you want?
hold on, Frederick, real quick. So B-Master is challenging the number of 58,000. Then she goes and gets a source. She posts a link. Jeff goes through the link, indicates that the math that they come up with equates to 58,000, and then when you click in further through, it actually, if you look at his PTR, it shows that that they got the information from the Ministry of Health of Gaza, and she argues this point. But here's the bigger problem: the whole conversation hinged on the fact that she was challenging the number, and yet we all come up with the same number, and whether it's high, whether it's low, we're all saying that the number's 58,000, right? And that number comes from the Ministry of Health of Gaza. So, B-Master, tell me.
Where you're wrong is I never said that the UN didn't get it from Ministry of Health.
That's a lie.
That's a lie. You exactly
hold
said
on.
that.
Hold
You exactly
on.
said that.
You specifically
Hold
said that.
on. I said my source.
I
admitted
mean,
multiple
Eva, why
times
would we
that
have
the
this
UN
conversation
let
if you didn't
me
make that
explain.
claim?
Listen,
No, you're
hold on.
fucking lying.
Okay. Listen.
No,
So
you
how it
literally,
went was
that was your
Truth was
entire
in
point
here.
for
I'll
arguing
just
with
talk
us.
over you.
We
Right?
didn't disagree
So
about the
Truth-
number.
So Truth
The
was
only
trying.
thing we disagreed
Jeff,
about
may I
was the
finish?
source.
Right, you can finish.
No,
when
you
you're-
can't, because
all
you're
right,
a
all right,
fucking
go ahead.
liar.
Go ahead. Are you ready? Okay.
No, I'm not ready. You're a
All right.
fucking liar.
All right. So listen, this is what happened. Truth was in
No, it's
here.
not what
Another
happened.
gentleman.
No,
and
it's
he
not
was
what
trying
happened.
to.
There was
He
no
was
other
trying to
gentleman.
look. He was trying to discuss.
Finish, please, and then you can.
Me allow him to finish?
No,
I just did,
said,
and then he said,
No, I said.
No, she's a liar. Like, you were
Yeah,
asleep, Dolly.
So
She's a liar.
I don't know.
So why do I listen
But
to
she
a
can
liar?
at least
That's my
get
question. Because we've been listening to a liar for a long time now. You know, I'm getting kind of tired of this.
Okay, but you have to let her
But you-
get
but
the
she-
fact out, her
she's
facts
a
out,
liar.
and then you can dispel.
No, but she's a liar.
"Yeah, because Frederick was here."
Frederick wasn't here, but I was, and so was Moo, and so was Yoav.
Yeah, the
And
gentleman who have been
and your
dishonest the
lies
entire
were
night.
dispelled
The men
already in
who
the
I
chat.
said didn't provide
44
a
minutes
Doctors
ago,
Without
look
Okay,
Borders
so is
source,
there
and
another
literally
claim?
MSF
you
is
wanna
Doctors
address?
Without Borders.
Do you want to move on
Yeah.
from the numbers?
We don't actually disagree on any claims, Tali. She's
Okay.
just being argumentative.
Oh.
Like we're agreeing on the same number. She's now lying and saying that
No,
she
I-
didn't.
Oh my
Okay,
god.
so
What her lie actually removes her entire claim.
So that's,
She has
that's
to-
not what happened at all.
So, alright, so you agree on the number, now what? Even if you got there by different means. Now where does it go?
We've always agreed on
what?
the number.
So I just wanted to clarify this. So how it went down was Truth was in here talking to Death, and he was trying to find a source that was not Ministry of Health, not God, not Hamas, right? So while they were talking, I was trying to find, I was looking, I was Googling, I was researching, trying to figure out a source, a recent source. An article popped up, a link that when I asked not a third party source outside of Ministry of Health, it gave me a UN report, okay? So I looked at the UN report. UN report in this specific one, which was dated July 17th, 25, Humanitarian Situation Update number 306, Gaza Strip. It gave an independent source that is not Ministry of Health, which is MSF. So when I opened up the source, MSF source, right, I read the article, which is Doctors Without Borders. It showed that they did an independent study, which is not, right, an independent data collection through their own staff, from their own household surveys of their own staff, MSF staff, right? And then all that Jeff's profile picture is a cross-reference. It's for verification purpose, a cross-reference with the MOH, okay? Because the entire study or the entire reporting was by MSF independently. If you want to challenge them directly, that's fine. That's fine. If you want to challenge MSF, if you want to challenge MSF, I don't care about that. But I still came up with an independent source.
4 years, I gotta go.
Okay,
So
that
Tom,
was
his
not
room is
Ministry
being
of
streamed,
Health,
so I'm out of
which
here.
you guys claim that I can't God, goodbye,
That I can kick them.
liar.
Wait, Master, are you into extra?
You won't be able to kick them because it's the anonymous folks.
Oh, the Anon?
Yeah.
Honestly, they're streaming.
Dima, I feel like this is probably important to read to you. This is not exactly what you guys were talking about, but you mentioned the bombing of the hospital. I stuck this in your back channel. It comes from Strategic Command in NATO. It was written in about 2014, but it chronicles Hamas's use of human shields and hiding their command and control and their weapons under things like schools and hospitals. So bear with me while I read it. Hamas, an Islamist group and the de facto governing authority of Gaza Strip, has been using human shields in conflicts with Israel since 2007. According to the statute of the International Criminal Court, the war crime of using human shields encompasses, quote, utilizing the presence of a civilian or other protected person to render certain points, areas, or military forces immune from military operations, close quote. Hamas has launched rockets, positioned military-related infrastructure hubs, and routes and engaged the IDF from or in proximity to residential commercial areas. The strategic logic of human shields has two components. It's based on the awareness of Israel's desire to minimize collateral damage and the Western public opinion's sensitivity towards civilian casualties. If the IDF uses lethal force and causes an increase in civilian casualties, Hamas can utilize that as a lawfare tool. It can accuse Israel of committing war crimes, which could result in the imposition of a wider range of sanctions. Alternately, the IDF limits its use of military force in Gaza to avoid collateral damage. Hamas will be less susceptible to Israeli attacks, and thereby able to protect its assets while continuing to fight. Moreover, despite the Israeli public's high level of support for the Israeli political and military leadership during operations, civilian casualties are one of the friction points between Israeli left and Israeli right-wing supporters, with the question that outcomes the operation key points. The use of human shields can be considered an example of lawfare, i.e., the use of the legal system against an enemy by damaging or delegitimizing them, tying up their time, or winning a public relations victory. 2. Even if a target strike may be justifiable from a legal perspective, first impressions frame the narrative. Public opinion tends to be influenced more by images depicting the suffering of innocent civilians than by well-thought-out legal arguments. 3. National governments should be able to publicly justify their position and reveal their adversaries' use of civilians in combat. This can only be accomplished by thoroughly documenting the incidents, preparing supportive messages, and working across multiple channels to convey the narratives. 4. Priority should be given to information activities aimed at the very civilians who are used as human shields in order to undermine the adversary and convince the civilians to actively or passively refuse to serve as human shields. Such activities need to be coherent and consistent. Summary. Hamas is an Islamist militant group based in the Gaza Strip, which has been designated by the US, EU, and other countries as a terrorist group. Hamas has been using shields in conflict with Israel since 2007.
Hold on, Marshall. Bima thinks they're freedom fighters.
Okay. Hamas has been utilizing human shields since 2007, although the definition of human shields is not consistent among states and intergovernmental organizations. The statute of the International Criminal Court of the ICC states the war crime of using human shields encompasses, quote, utilizing the presence of a civilian or other protected person to render certain points, areas, or military forces immune from operations, close quote. Hamas relies on the Israeli government's aim to minimize collateral damage. Let's see. By limiting their freedom of action, it is also aimed at gaining diplomatic and public opinion-related leverage by presenting Israel and the IDF as the aggressor. Hamas's most common use of human shields include firing rockets, artillery, and mortars from or in proximity to heavily populated areas, often from near facilities which should be protected according to the Geneva Convention, e.g. schools, hospitals, or mosques. Number 2, locating military or security-related infrastructure such as HQs, bases, armories, access routes, lathes, and defense position within proximity to civilian areas. 3, protecting the terrorists' houses and military facilities, or rescuing terrorists who were besieged or warned by the IDF. 3, combating the IDF from or in proximity to residential commercial areas, including the use of intelligence gathering missions. So there is a table in this, it's on like page 152, and it gives a reference of the use of human shields. May of 2004, Hamas used an ambulance and blew up an ambulance, it appears. October 2006, ammunition found by IDF soldiers in a residential building in the West Bank, not in the West Bank, in Gaza. November the 20th of 2006, Hamas encouraged civilians to climb to the rooftops of a Hamas executive's house following IDF's early warning. June 12th of 2007, accidental explosion during the assembly of an IED at a residential house, which collapsed. 10 civilians were killed and 40 were injured. 2008, lathes used to produce weapons and ammunition located in or near residential areas. 2008, tunnel entry-exit points located in residential houses. January 29th of 2008, rocket production facility was located inside residential house in the northern part of the strip.
Is this going to be a long story?
No, it's got 4 more pieces. Not paragraphs, just like little sections. August 2008, Hamas Special Forces trained in the streets of Tufa neighborhood in Gaza. January the 2nd of 2009, a mosque was used by Hamas HQ and armory. December the 28th, interesting, my birthday in 2009, during the first week of Operation Castlead, the IDF attacked Hamas R&D center located in the Islamic University in Gaza. Lastly, July 8th of 2014, civilians went to the rooftop of a Hamas executive's house following the IDF's early warning. Basically, that was used to make sure they couldn't bomb the houses. But you get the point. Like, it's far more complicated than people are making it, and Hamas does fight in that way and has fought in that way since 2007. So if you want to try the Israelis, I guess that's okay. But we should also, be equally represented and going, Hamas is really causing this problem. So.
This is definitely an interesting report, Marshall. I'm looking through this. And Fish, clearly you just fucking didn't make on XRP. I don't subscribe to it, but yeah, a friend called me and was just like, yeah.
Oh, you mean it's going up versus dollars and down versus Bitcoin? It's lower than it was on July.
It doesn't matter. Wait, hold on. July 10th?
Yeah.
No. If it was
Yeah, that's a fact.
Hold on. June 23rd.
You were fucking XRP.
July what? July 11th, you said? It was 257.
Oh, you're looking at dollars still. You're a fucking moron.
It's 349.
Yeah, because
of course.
Bitcoin went
Because
up.
how we get,
But look at it. Look at an XRP Bitcoin chart. It's fucking down for.
Yeah, but
Why would you hold
It
fucking
doesn't
Cripple
matter.
when you can hold Bitcoin instead and make more money? It makes no
Why?
sense.
Why
That's
not
all
look at
fucking
the
stupidity.
charts? Why not look at the
Bro,
charts?
do you know what it looks like to if
It's
you
up
just look
60%
at XRP
in the past
BTC?
30 days. Okay, make
In
money
dollars,
and
you
then stack
dumb
sats
fuck.
and then buy. Yeah, exactly. How do
Jesus,
you
you are
buy
fucking
Bitcoin,
stupid.
You dumb fuck.
You can just trade it directly against Bitcoin. Why would you buy Ripple if you could just buy Bitcoin instead?
For the exact
you are so
reason, where else can you get a 62% increase? Can you get that with Bitcoin?
Yes.
Can you get a 60? Oh, really? You could get a 62 recently with how much money? With how much money?
Wait,
right? Because you're gonna have to.
You think that the amount of money you put in changes the percentage gain?
Well, does
You
it
are
matter how many
definitely-
Bitcoins that you have? Does it matter how many Bitcoins you have? Bitcoins are what? They're dollar denominated, right? So if I tell you I got a hell of a lot more Bitcoins than you,
Yeah,
who's
that
gonna
changes
cry
the
now?
percentage gain, right?
Who's gonna
Okay, yeah,
cry
you're really.
now? Yeah, exactly. Stack sats, bitch. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid, and you're cutting off your nose to spite your face.
I don't think they know what Bitcoin terms actually mean. They don't know money.
I don't have any.
She doesn't understand math.
He's just mad. He's just mad.
I'm just so mad, bro.
Yeah, because
I don't think
people
Bima
are
has
gonna
ever won a
cash
debate on
out
this
their
app.
XRP, get mad stats in your face, all those sats. Yeah,
Bima, have you ever won a debate on this app?
you utilize it when you can.
What?
I'll take that as a no.
I don't own any Bitcoin and won't anytime soon.
She doesn't either. She's a broke ass.
Well, no, I just mean like I wouldn't invest my dollars into Bitcoin. I think it's a snake oil sales scam.
Yeah, lots of people do it. That's fine, but it's like, being like, but XRP's got mad more gains, bro. Like you're so dumb. You can just I can give you a chart if you want. It's fucking down.
Calling somebody dumb is gonna get you what you want.
It's like
Just saying.
it's just amazing.
I don't
Nobody
get people's
wants.
apprehension on Bitcoin. Like, even if it is a scam, you can
Nobody
still make money
wants.
off the volatility.
Who says
Isn't that all
that
you
is what
care
we
about?
want?
Like,
Who says
price change, like, make money when the price change? Same shit as stocks.
I would go
Most
to
companies are probably scams, bro.
Who wants-
You know what I mean?
Who heard Marshall? That was you who said that get him what he wants. Be saying somebody's done won't get him what he wants. I want to understand. Yeah, just to be clear, just nobody. Bitcoin goes up whether Bima buys or not. Nobody cares. That's why Bitcoiners are standoffish, because it's the opposite. We're assholes. We talk shit to people. Like we're not multi-level marketers, right? We don't sell Bitcoin and then Bitcoin goes up because Bima bought or Marshall. That's not how Bitcoin works. We just like being right. That's it.
I'm confused.
Yeah, like somebody said that, calling people dumb doesn't get you what you want. As if Bitcoiners benefit when any of you people. That's not how Bitcoin
Well,
works.
no, I meant in this conversation with Bima, telling her she's stupid doesn't gain anything.
Oh,
It
that's
makes the
not.
conversation more hostile.
No,
that's-
Fish
it's
is
just-
just
it's
a
what it
Bitcoin
is.
maximalist, and he gets mad because there are people that are smarter than him.
I remember now
Smarter
you
than
were
him.
into BSV,
They-
which is
It was
probably
not
even
BSV.
dumber than
I'm not
fucking
into.
Rick.
I'm not into BSV either.
Yeah,
Okay.
that is what you were
Keep
into.
listening.
BSV,
Oh,
I
yes, it.
remember.
No, it wasn't.
It's fucking.
I'm not into BSV.
Oh, then it was PAX. That's what it was. The other.
Is that like
No,
some
it wasn't.
sexual
I
Mega
don't
behavior?
even.
Is that
Never
like
even
a-
heard it. Nope. Keep going. You'll
it was Hex.
figure
You
out.
used
No,
to
it
fucking
wasn't.
hang out with Alchemist. Yeah, it was Hex.
Keep going. All right.
Oh, Alchemist, that little fucking retard.
Yeah. She used to come in when he would be in the room and fucking talk about how great Hex.
The hell is Hex?
It was Richard Hart's scam.
Yeah.
Shitcoin.
Okay. Said no person who has that. So
Yeah,
anyway.
said no person
the
that has
reason-
Hex. Yes, because you're
Right,
dumb
right.
enough to get scammed like that. Right.
Okay.
That's
What
we understand that you're.
hold on. What would a scam be? I guess I was the lucky one who didn't get scammed, right?
Bro,
Right.
Richard Hart rugged fucking Hex, and everybody got left with fucking no money.
You
And
have
he
no
fled. He
idea.
literally fled the fucking country, bro. Are you out of your?
Yeah. Sure. The bullshit, right? I guess the SEC would take it up with him, right? Oh wait, they did. Oh, what happened? He won. Oh, why? With dismissed with prejudice. Come the fuck on. Next. Come on. Keep coming.
I'm confused.
Yeah, your IQ is clear.
Right. Yeah. You're sad because you're a loser.
Actually,
So anyway, XRP. So it just to he wants to bag on XRP. That's fine because he doesn't.
You literally
he says
don't understand
bullshit
math
about
at all.
shitcoins. What are you talking about? XRP. Listen, let's understand the math. Okay, let's talk about the math. XRP is up. I'm looking at the chart in dollars USD. Okay, what 63% in 30 days. If I had $10,000, okay, in XRP a month ago today, June's fucking 20th, okay, that's what 60% of 10,000. That's 16,000. That's a $6,000 profit. What is the ARP on that? Just for the sake of just thinking, where else are you gonna get? What is that? A 29,000% ARP. You're not gonna find that.
Why
Right.
would you
You're
annualize?
not-
Is the argument that Bitcoin produces better returns than
Why
altcoins?
would you annualize?
Is that the
No,
argument?
you wouldn't. But you wouldn't. You would have to look at the charts, right? But I'm saying, right, because they're usually people that are getting into the shit going to say hodl, right? And that's absolutely true. You're not, but it's true. They do usually hold it for long term and they wait. But my point is where else could you make that much profit? You know what I'm saying? With $10,000, come on, $6,000.
I know you still think that how much money you invest changes your percent gain.
Well, of course it does. Because
Bro,
Change your percent.
I can't even. Like, she's mentally retarded.
Hold on. Let me ask this question. B-Master, can you explain to us how investing more money changes the percentage gain?
Because that's based on the asset, right? Not the investment amount.
It's so ridiculous. She's so dumb.
No. What I'm saying is, listen. What I'm saying is if you had, not the percentage gain, right?
Like the ROI.
No. If you were to put, what I'm talking about is if I were to put $10,000, what I was referring to is if I would put $10,000 in Bitcoin, for example, in the past year, what I have been able to make, right, because of the volume, right? You need that.
You need more capital to change the price.
Right,
Like,
exactly.
you need more money going to Bitcoin
So
and
you-
XRP, yeah.
Exactly.
What? Are you're
Yeah,
telling
so like-
you
so-
think that
so
you're
what
swinging
she's
the
saying-
price of XRP or Bitcoin?
No.
Like, what are you talking about?
What she's saying is like, how much money would you have to invest to make $6,000 in the same amount of time that you would have made that $6,000 in XRP? You know what I'm saying? Like, you would be able to invest less money in XRP because the percentage change of the price of the asset is more extreme with altcoins. Like, Bitcoin doesn't move. I mean, it moves like explosively, for example.
Occasionally, some of them are, but good luck
Yeah.
trying to catch that. Good
I
luck
mean,
trying to catch
but
that.
I don't even know if
Suggesting
you
to
have
pay the lottery.
to try too hard. Like,
Virgo,
you
she's
just go
suggesting
to,
you pay the lottery. No, that's not how that works.
No, I don't think
She's
I don't
suggesting
think
you
that's
pay the
playing the lottery.
Yes,
though.
that
Like,
is.
she's not-
It's paying the
Like,
lottery.
there's a difference between like shit coins and like legitimate project altcoins. Like, Chainlink is not a shit coin. Bro.
Kirko. Yes, Chainlink is the shit.
Chainlink is definitely a shit coin.
Chainlink is.
Retarded?
Hold up, bro. So, how do you get things like
It-
that? Let me finish this question and answer, because maybe I'm missing something, right? If I had like real world assets or data that I wanted to put onto a blockchain, how would I do that?
Real world access onto the blockchain.
Yeah. So,
do
for
it.
example,
Just
how?
do it. You don't need a token for it. You can just do it. You don't need a
How?
token for it.
You're not, bro.
Just do it.
You
You don't know how to put data. You can't. Okay, so you can't envision data on a. What do you think these coins are? These coins are simply data on a blockchain.
Okay, so if the coin is data on the blockchain, that's a coin that does
all
that,
of this
right?
Is data.
Right. So that's a coin that does that, right?
No, it's that coin. There's no data in the chain link. It's simply a token.
Bro, what does Chainlink do? What does it do?
I would encourage anyone to look at the chart.
I know this shit coin. I know this shit coin very well. Chainlink is supposed to be provide Oracle services. Supposed to. It doesn't, but it's supposed to.
But that's what it's supposed to do, right?
Yeah, it doesn't though.
Does it have the capacity to do it?
No.
So in all of these years and all this development, all the updates they had, because you've been paying attention, obviously.
Yes.
It has no capacity to do that. So if I'm driving right now, so when I get home and I Google like what Chainlink's actually doing, nothing should come up, right?
Yeah, a bunch of marketing propaganda from their marketing team.
It'll be a long list of announcements and partnerships with no one actually using it. No corporation using it. No corporation holding the token. None of it. Nothing. It's just a bunch of people celebrating announcements of corporations using it with no wallet showing this is Amazon's wallet. This is IBM's wallet using Chainlink here. None of it. That doesn't exist, Kirko.
Okay. Well, I'm being at the crib in like a good 30 minutes.
We could point to corporations holding Bitcoin.
Right, because Bitcoin doesn't do anything though.
We can find it on chain.
But Bitcoin doesn't actually do anything. Its purpose is just to be there.
Oh my God! Then why does it keep going up? Okay, Kirko.
I know Marshall.
Because everybody wants it. Because everybody wants it. If you buy it, the asset price goes up.
Why would everybody want something that does nothing? Kirko, why would everybody want something that does nothing?
Oh yeah, how do I put this? If I had, I'm not an investment guy. I'm a scientist, but this is how my brain understands it, right? I'm not trying to say I'm the know-it-all, right? This is just my understanding. So don't get butthurt about it. But if I see anything that has this potential for being a store of value and the price keeps going up and it's a limited resource, I probably want some of it. Because if shit hits the fan, guess what?
Oh, so Bitcoin does something. So Bitcoin does something.
No, it doesn't. It's not something that's actually doing outside of storing value.
So something that
and that's not even. Was that what it was? Hold up. Was that what it was designed to do initially?
Bro, tell me something that a fucking blockchain can do that wouldn't be better done by a database. Like it's everybody trying to use blockchains for shit is so fucking ridiculous.
For sure, but if it works, it works. If you can make money off of the volatility, I don't see why you don't.
Slow down. I know you're driving. Slow it down. So something that does nothing grows to $2 trillion market cap. Something that does nothing.
It's not that it. How do I put it? It itself, to me, doesn't really have a purpose. It's the purpose that we assign to it. I don't think those two are the same. So we assign it the purpose of holding value because it's a scarce resource and people keep buying the shit. As time goes on, less and less will be made. So the price at any given point is dependent upon who the fuck wants to sell it. If nobody wants to sell it, but people want to buy it, the price is going to go up.
So there's a demand.
That's the only purpose I can think of. So is that the only purpose? So it's just a store value. I just want to make sure I'm not tweaking. Is that the only store of value? Is that the only purpose of it? The only one?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Why people buy shiny rocks? Because they like them. They're cool.
So that's why.
We give them value.
It's not a monetary value.
Well, no, gold is different. Gold is different. Gold is different. Gold is different.
Gold is different.
Gold can also be. It is. Because gold can be used.
So why gold?
But I'm telling you, bro, gold can be used for like scientific equipment, all types of shit, like engineering, like all types of shit. So gold is
that where the price? Is that where the monetary premium?
Diamond too. No, it's because people like shiny things.
Oh, only because people like shiny things. Yeah. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Like.
Right.
I mean, this I
can't wait till we have lab gold like we've got lab.
Like my own. Hold up, Jimmy. Are you butthurt about my like personal I guess perspective on it? Because I'm not saying that I know everything about it. I even prefaced my submission with saying that. So why are you butthurt about it? It's weird.
You know, I've seen Jimmy go through such a range of emotions in the 5 years I've known him, but I don't know that I've ever actually seen Jimmy butthurt about it.
You know what? Fair enough. Maybe that was my misunderstanding. I'm a man, I can admit that.
I think we just get annoyed when people don't understand what blockchains are and what they're actually useful for. I would fucking love to see a blockchain that can do something other than keep a ledger that's incentivized by the thing it's keeping track of, but no one has come up with anything. It's been years and years. It's crazy. And yeah, if you're curious about how retarded Beatmaster is, check that chart in the chat. That's fucking, that's Bitcoin versus XRP going back to the beginning of 2018. Does that look like a good investment?
That's not what. No, I didn't. I never said Bitcoin.
Yeah, I know you're talking about dollars, but what you fail to understand is that if it's going down versus Bitcoin, even though Bitcoin was so sometimes, yeah, when Bitcoin goes up,
just teacher explain
it will go up in dollars also, right?
There's something called an opportunity cost. An opportunity cost shows you what you could have made or lost if you simply allocated the same amount of money somewhere else. And so when someone asks you, what is XRP doing against Bitcoin? They're asking you, what was the opportunity cost of putting money in XRP versus not putting it in Bitcoin? And that chart shows you just how much money you lost by making that decision. That's all it's showing.
Wait, hold up. Is it chart in the chat?
Yeah, put a link in the chat. Like 6 minutes.
And see, and that's all that I was saying. I'm not saying to not invest in Bitcoin. What I'm saying is to invest in Bitcoin, but while shitcoins are going up, to utilize that leverage, because you can't get that much return in Bitcoin. The last time, so for example,
you
if we
could just buy a leverage ETF. Like, hold on.
So
much fucking safer.
So much safer.
Do you know how many hundreds of people I've known personally that have invested in shitcoins and lost money?
So you show me an ETF. You show me an ETF that you could invest anywhere at $10,000, $10,000, and
I know the amount counts for you.
Okay. Well, hold on. Obviously, it matters. So my point is, show me an ETF that you can invest. Listen to my question. Listen to my question. Bro. It does matter because this is the whole point. Because of course you're going to say that it doesn't. This is why you're going to say that it doesn't matter. Hold on. No. What I'm saying is not everybody. Hey, loser. What I'm saying is not everybody has $100,000 to invest and have it in ETF. Most people are fucking broke poor. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is the average American is not going to have $100,000, but $10,000 they might have. So I'm saying you show me an ETF where someone could have invested in the last 30 days $10,000 and made $6,000 profit. Bitch, you're not going to be able to. You know what did? You know what did, motherfucker? You know what did? Okay, well, sure, go ahead, because it wasn't Bitcoin.
It's BitU. You absolutely.
Okay, exactly, not Bitcoin.
It's a fucking Bitcoin 2x leverage ETF, you dumb bitch.
Okay, show me.
Hi, just a brief intermission. We have but a mere few rules. Rule 1, no calling women bitches unless you're homosexual or a woman. Rule number 2, no kids, no spouses. Rule number 3, no credible threats and violence, and that would include doxing and anti-chopping and all of that nonsense. Okay, so
that's
nothing.
Fair. Beatmaster, you're a dumb faggot, and I'm gonna go and beat my dog, but I don't have a dog.
That's weird.
I'm so mad, bro.
Alright, let's see. Hey, kitty.
It must suck being in a room that you can't bully people, huh, Roger?
That was kind of funny.
That's what I'm supposed to do.
Are you hot micing Kirko, or do you want to sit where you talk to your cat? I don't. Okay.
Don't beat your cat.
Yeah, no beating cat. Be kind to your kitties. Thank you.
but in all honesty, Roger is the reason I found chillism. So thank you to Roger. My home of absolute free speech-ish space where people don't get shut down for their positions. Everybody's allowed to be heard.
No, I love it
Can't
because
be bullied.
it is like I actually find that in here like people call each other out more like the Bitcoin rooms than anywhere else. Like,
so quick
I
question.
keep hearing about your Bitcoin rooms and how they're completely normal places, but I always
That sounds toxic.
Look, I mean, if you come in at the wrong moment, out of context, it could sound pretty ridiculous.
So real quick, so let's say like Chainlink wasn't a thing. Like, how would you use like I guess like normal databases to like I guess get this transference of like data to blockchains and back like efficiently? How would you do that?
I think that's what Tron's
How would you
doing.
replace? But that's another blockchain.
It's not. I think Tron moved to an entirely database-driven system a few years.
So why does it have a coin?
Because they're scammers.
So it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. Not you can.
Bro, none of these things do what they claim to do. None of the shitcoins do what they claim to do. It's all bullshit. It's all like marketing hype and bullshit. They don't do anything. There's no, like, dude, a blockchain is basically the most inefficient database you could ever imagine. Like, no one would ever think up such an inefficient database. The only reason that blockchain and the only blockchain, which is Bitcoin, is a thing, is because the thing that secures the blockchain from attack is the actual thing that's on the ledger that makes up the blockchain. That was the innovation of Bitcoin. These were ideas before, but that combination is what made it an innovation.
Like the immutability of it. Like you can't just lie on it.
Right.
Is that okay? So like.
Any of these companies, like Chainlink, any of them, they're all companies. They could just change their fucking blockchain.
So, like, real quick, wouldn't it be beneficial to have more data sets become immutable?
Yes.
So,
but,
like, if that's
but
the case, if there are companies that are trying to do that, what's the problem?
No, the companies are not immutable. So because they're
right. It's a company.
It's not immutable. No, the chain's not immutable.
No, their chains are not immutable at all.
Not immutable.
It's controlled by the company.
They've already edited XRP is edited like XRP's like I think the first 500,000 blocks have disappeared. It's like a secret. Nobody can access it.
Yep.
Chainlinks. None of these are mutable. They rolled back ETH shit. Like ETH Classic is actually the original ETH. The current ETH is like the third iteration of ETH. Like none of these are mutable.
What do you call them? The node? Not the node. I don't even know the terminology. The people who hold the data. If enough of them say I want to change this data to something else, wouldn't that just change the blockchain, making it immutable?
It wouldn't be Bitcoin.
I'm talking about Bitcoin.
In Bitcoin, yes, it would, but that's why what I'm saying, the innovation in Bitcoin is that the incentive structure is such that the users are the ones with the nodes that are verifying the blockchain.
So I don't think he understands what that means. The people,
I get it. Like the people who mine the coin want to be like forthright and truthful.
It's not just miners though. There are hundreds of thousands of nodes worldwide.
Yeah.
Hundreds of thousands.
I got one on a computer here. I just don't know what the fuck it was. I just did it because the sound closed this time. You know what I'm saying? So like I've been chaining computer I have, but I don't know, man. What's the incentive to, I guess, not change it?
That you'll
fuck
over your own. You'll fuck over your own money.
You'll fuck over your own money.
Your own
so
money.
Be true on all chains that are legit.
There aren't any legit chains other than Bitcoin. Tell me one.
I don't know.
They're all corporations just trying to fucking scam money.
Okay, this is what happened. I'll explain what happened. Bitcoin became a success, right? Early on. And then people thought companies where they didn't understand that the advent of Bitcoin was sort of like the advent of a wheel. It's 0 to 1. When you invent the wheel, there's no other version that you can make that would make it better than the wheel. It's it. The wheel's done. It's over. Right? A lot of people don't understand that, and the new entrants thought, hey, just like any other tech company, you got Yahoo search, then you got Google search, then you got DuckDuckGo, you can have this, you can have Facebook, you can have MySpace, they can be all these competitors. Like, no, there's none. No competitors. Bitcoin is the wheel. There are no more wheels.
But wheels change over time.
It's still a wheel.
But they're not the same wheel. Like
no.
Back in the day when wheels were just like concrete, now you got wheels made out of fucking.
No matter what the wheel is made out of, it's still a wheel.
But by that logic, all coins are Bitcoin.
Yes, all coins. Look, you see, perfect. All coins are very inferior versions of Bitcoin. They're all trying to be Bitcoin. All of them.
I can concede. I think like a lot of coins do have this desire to overtake Bitcoin because they realize like I don't think Bitcoin is perfect. You know what I mean? Like if it was perfect, there wouldn't be all the goddamn what do you call them, hard forks? Like the Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin Gold, Bitcoin, like that wouldn't happen if it was perfect.
Well,
so the
reason why these things were made, again, the incentive to make a shit ton of money. And the irony of all of these other coins, Kirko, is to buy them, you had to use Bitcoin. So the people that created these things would only accept Bitcoin in exchange for their shitcoin. If that isn't telling to you, I don't know what is. The person that created Bitcoin Cash said, please, this is a superior coin, Bitcoin Cash. Give me your Bitcoin in exchange for this Bitcoin Cash. Why would he do that?
So, hold on, just real quick. Was it that he created or was it a hard
Yes, created. These are
so it wasn't just like they just split. So what? I thought like it was a hard fork, and it's like
no, it's not a hard fork.
Set of people are gonna go to the left, and everybody else go to the right.
It's all people that believe that Bitcoin was inferior, that Bitcoin had a problem, they had a better idea, and ironically they said Bitcoin is inferior. This is better. Please give me your Bitcoin in exchange for this superior token. And they got to hold a lot of Bitcoin and made a lot of money because of it. Ethereum did the same thing. For you to participate in the Ethereum ICO, they needed Bitcoin. Please send me your Bitcoin for this better token. And of course, Ethereum. When you look at the charts,
how
Bitcoin to Ethereum, you lost a lot of money.
A Bitcoin hard fork represents a significant change to the Bitcoin protocol that results in a permanent incompatible divergence from the original blockchain. Reasons for a hard fork. Hard forks often arise from disagreements within the Bitcoin community about the future direction or technical improvements of the network. These disagreements can relate to issues like transaction fees, block size limits, or even security vulnerabilities. Another reason could be the need to implement new features or functions incompatible with existing blockchain, according to for the IO.
You and I could go hard fork right now and create Bitcoin Kirko. Like anyone can hard fork it, bro. We could do it right now.
But no. At least by definition, it's got to be something significant amongst the people who are essentially like in that community.
We chose. We the chain did not choose Bitcoin Cash. Yeah. We chose Bitcoin.
Yeah, we chose Bitcoin. You understand? Like Kirko, we can copy the code because it's all public. So we can copy the code right now, call it Kirko coin, and that's the fork.
We should do that.
But that's really what it is. And so whether people buy in or not, that's another thing. People buying in will let you know whether you actually solve the problem. The market chooses. That's what makes Bitcoin super special. Because it wasn't like, it doesn't have a CEO or marketing team. Like, look, man, it was available, the niggas picked it up because it was useful.
So is it possible that Bitcoin could hard fork and the majority of the community goes away from what Bitcoin is right now?
Yes, anything is possible.
So that just becomes Bitcoin. Because that's what the consensus would be.
Then that becomes Bitcoin.
That would be Bitcoin.
So what exactly is Bitcoin then? Is this ever evolved we're just
you have to look at how
hell bent
changes
over
are
having.
made, Kirko. Like, you can't just change it, right? A code or a change is presented, it's evaluated, and then
like,
the miners
dude,
accepted or
people fucking, and people do, even just when the code, when you propose a change to the code, it's called a BIP, Bitcoin Improvement Proposal, is that what it is? Like, you make a BIP, and then people all over the world will debate it and verify it, and be like, oh, there's a glitch here, we should do it better this way with the code, and then, from that point, then it can be, like, proposed to the whole network, and the miners and the nodes can decide to adopt it or not. But there's, like, a rigorous process of even just the developers that work on it, that are independent all over the world. They have to use a cryptographic proof just to sign to prove it's them that approves the code as viable.
It took
like
4 years for Taproot to go through.
All the rest of these things are just some company making, or group of people, like, making a coin, claiming it does a thing, creating press releases, and then making bank off of it. And it's unbelievable.
Yeah, 2017 was amazing for these people because people were uninformed. It's a lot harder. Now
people have realized.
Now we're honest about a scam. We'll say, hey, it's a meme coin.
Yeah, now they're just called meme coins.
That, which is pure honesty, and I like that. The meme coins are better than Chainlink. Chainlink is a lie.
But Kirko, I promise you, dude, when I was so confused in 2017, I was like, wait a second, like, what is happening? How are there, like, a bunch of new Bitcoins? Like, this is freaking me out. And then I really studied it and figured out, like, oh, they're literally just trying to swing off Bitcoin's dick. They're just trying to, like, make a buck because this thing was successful. So they're acting like they're improving it and, creating it literally scams. Dude, that whole ICO bubble in 2017 was wild. And that's where, like, these dudes from XRP and others and Chainlink, etc., like, they made so much money that they now have, like, a marketing budget to pay people to promote this shit on the internet for, like, the foreseeable future.
So, just a quick question, like, Bitcoin can do smart contracts, right? Now?
Yeah.
Yes, and always could. Always could.
Always?
Always.
Yeah, it was more limited before. It's become less. With updates, it's become less.
Yeah. That's the irony also when everybody says, oh, this is the first time you can do smart contracts. It's like, no, that's what they're marketing because, there's a lot of dumb money here and they're not informed. And so, is Bitcoin a useful blockchain for smart contracts? Absolutely not, because Bitcoin is worth money, and so you can't just do a whole lot of bullshit on Bitcoin without it costing you a lot of money, right?
Do you think that's a drawback?
It's not a drawback because Bitcoin wasn't made for you to fucking run a goddamn blockchain-based video game on it. Bitcoin was made
just fair,
to be money.
Like, wasn't it? I thought the whole part, like, maybe I'm mistaken.
Bitcoin was made to be money, and so, like, look, the drawbacks are on purpose. It's like, all right, it's you have to make it so that the primary use of Bitcoin is money, and but
you have to make it that, but it doesn't mean that's why it started. Like, I don't understand
how
why
it
you would
started.
make.
Yes, primary use is money.
Hold on, I can get it. Like, hey, give a monetary incentive so that, like, the integrity of this immutable data stays consistent. Like, that to me makes more sense than just making money that could also be a ledger for, like, information and other than transactions.
Yeah, you could. It's going to cost you. Look, we did it with Ordinals. We had NFTs. It was booming. I made a ton of money on that, and it cost.
But
it was not cheap.
those are on Ethereum, and those are shitcoins.
No. All the first NFTs were big. A lot of people, the shitcoin don't even know the history of their own shitcoining. It was all on Bitcoin. Literally, you don't even know the history of shitcoin.
It's crazy because I had shitcoins before, like, any of the shitcoiners had shitcoins. It's crazy.
Yo, look up the Rare Pepe project. Rare Pepe
I would
Project.
have never bought. I would have never bought Pepe.
Yeah, but that
I'm not a
existed.
fan of like meme coins.
It's not a meme coin. Rare Pepe Project. You don't even know it. So yeah,
Bro, it was on Bitcoin in what, 2014?
Yeah, 2014,
so it's not
my guy.
Pepe like
These
the
are the
coin
first.
name, my
These
bad.
are among the first. These are among the first NFT collections. I mean, it's the Homer Pepe. I think sold for like, I don't know, 30 grand at like an auction. It was like the first NFT that sold for that much. Way before Ethereum didn't even exist yet, my guy. This was back when Vitalik was sleeping on couches with
You said
fucking Mohawk fish.
2017? Wait, what year?
I think 2013 or 14.
The Rare Paper Project. Look at the history. There's color coins.
Yeah.
Fucking Max Kaiser was in color coins. Everything started on Bitcoin. All of it. All of it started on Bitcoin.
And everybody's still trying to swing off Bitcoin.
You know, I'm blessed to have, you know, a bunch of OGs in my circle. Fish is an OG, and you got fucking Juice that's literally talking to Satoshi on the fucking, you know, on the goddamn forums, you know. They can pass this information on to, like, it was actually Juice is the idea behind it. So didn't Juice create the idea of NFTs, Fish? On like his show? I think he talked about putting images on Bitcoin.
But that would be expensive.
No, it
So
wasn't.
it's like
It wasn't.
It depends on the fee.
Yeah, and it wasn't at the
This
year
is the
that
thing
he
that I'm not
proposed it.
getting. Like Bitcoin can do a lot, right? It can do a lot from like what I'm understanding. But like in order to do a lot, it's going to be like expensive as shit. So you wouldn't want to do all that shit, right?
Well, I mean, kind of. Let me see.
And then it
Bro,
to me seems like a down. Not a
you
down.
right now, you can get on the next block for 1 sat per V-byte. So like,
What the fuck does that mean, bro?
that means that it can't get any cheaper to inscribe something on the blockchain, right? It's literally at like the minimum possible level. So like, now if everybody keeps inscribing shit and they want it to be on like the next block, then the fee market goes up. So like, it's basically like you basically get paid to you can pay to cut in line to get on like a sooner block or like the next block. Like
So
if you need your shit sent within like 10 minutes, then you need to fucking get on the next block. I've seen it up as high as like 500 sats per V-byte. So like 500x, what is there? Oh, I stand corrected. So the next block just went up to 2 sats per V-byte. I just watched it happen. Oh, that block was just found. Now it's back to 1. Literally in real time, I'm watching it.
You're gonna have to translate this for me. Remember?
Yeah, so it's like you can just like you can like it's almost like the fast pass at Disney World or something, right? Like you can pay to like cut the line, but it's like there are like a whole bunch of lines and you can pay to like get into the most elite line if you want to be on the next block. You know, you can pay a little bit less and be on the block after that. But right now, they're like the next 4 blocks are all at 1 sat per V-byte. It can't get any lower. That's it. I see 2 inscriptions on the next block also. The incoming block.
Just real quick question, because I can't follow all of it like well enough. So like, let's say like I wanted to create my own little like NFT collection of Bitcoin. How much would it cost, and how long would it cost to like make one?
So a little bit of it. It depends. It depends on. Oh, not that much, man. Like, so it depends on like the size of the data, like the actual size of the files that you're trying to put. Oh, a big girthy one just came in. Damn, they paid 26,000 sats for this, for the transaction fee. So that means it's probably like 26 kilobytes, basically, because it's still at 1 sat per V-byte. So what was? I don't know if I can see the rate here. Oh yeah, they paid 1.02 sats per V-byte, and they paid 26,846 sats, which is $31 for this. And this is definitely. Yeah, I can put it in the chat if you want. You can look at the transaction.
So,
Actually, this is something else. This is like an exchange, like aggregating small wallets or something. Because it's a bunch of tiny transactions going into one, so it's like more data. But that's what you're looking at. Is like maybe 10, 20, 30 bucks worth of Bitcoin.
So is data like a limiting factor here? Like data size? Like the bigger
It's all like it's like a.
Go ahead.
How do I explain this? It's almost like there's like an assembly line or like a conveyor belt, right? And it's like the next it's like shipping something, right? It's like there's a truck leaving every 10 minutes. And like depending on how much your package weighs, if you want it to be on the next truck, you're gonna pay more for it, right? Like, and you're gonna it's basically so it's like you're gonna pay like 1 sat per pound for your package to be on right now on any of the next upcoming trucks. It's all right now. There's not enough like competition for space. But if that truck starts filling up, that one that's leaving in 10 minutes or 5 minutes, then if that one is filling up, that first truck that's leaving, then you're gonna start paying like $2 a pound, $3 a pound, $5 a pound, $10 a pound, right?
So what happens if there's millions of people that want to do this? How much would those pounds cost? Like just theoretically, give me a real number. You know what I mean?
I mean, it gets a lot more. Jimmy, do you know what like one of the most expensive like mints has ever been? I mean, I've seen them paying like $1,000 to put some data on the blockchain for sure. But that's when they were pumping like all these like dog coin and like shit like that, where they're putting these like coins or it's like dog is something that's like they're like inscribing it on Bitcoin blocks. I know, like,
is it getting harder to get stuff on Bitcoin because people are putting things on Bitcoin actively?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like right now, it's fucking completely empty. So all you have to do, it's almost like literally it can be by time of day. So like right now, it's 7 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast, right? And like nobody's transacting. Like you can just slip one in for $1 per pound right now because the truck stop is always full and there's a line of trucks waiting to go. Right, so like you just show up at like 5 a.m. and you slip that bitch on the fucking truck for $1 per pound, and you're good to go.
Okay, but that's now. But if like let's say Bitcoin like 20 years later, Bitcoin's gonna be way bigger than it is now. I think we all agree that.
So you're right.
Transactions. So the average cost to get that pound on that truck should theoretically go up.
It probably will. Like we've had times where it's higher,
a thing that
right?
We should have a separate thing to handle, so we can get
we do.
so we don't overhaul Bitcoin.
So we already do, and it's called the Lightning Network, which is
faster,
like
right?
it's faster and it's way cheaper, and it's like a settlement network on top of Bitcoin that's built natively on Bitcoin. And I'm actually friends with like one of the best developed, like really good friends. My friend Dusty, that's on here also, is like one of the, and I can't do it justice or explain it that well, but it's kind of like you have nodes that it's almost like a Visa or credit card, like a like MasterCard or something, like their network, right? Because they at the end of so what they do is like they have like a ledger of transactions, right? Like Visa does, and you go to the gas station wherever, and all these businesses have to like connect to Visa's node, right? Mm-hmm. And then at the end of the day, like at midnight or whatever, then oh damn, another block was just found. That was quick. Sorry, it's right in front of me. So like then, at midnight or whatever, like Visa settles up with all the people connected to their node, right? So that's kind of how Lightning works, and it's a bunch of, they call them channels, and there's like nodes and channels, and it's all native on Bitcoin, and it allows you the channels kind of like resettle for you, so it's much like using a credit card, but it makes your transaction instantaneous, and it makes your fees very, very low. And then they only pay the on-chain fees when they like settle with each other. So it's sort of like an aggregation If that makes sense. Like, it's not like every time I use my credit card at the gas station or whatever, right? Like, it's not like it's coming right out of my bank account. Like, Visa's handling all of that. And then it all gets settled up between the businesses. And then, like, Visa basically, like, everyone that pays their credit card bill through Wells Fargo or Chase, then those are almost like the only transactions that actually happen, right? So that's the only transaction fees that would happen. Does that make any sense? It's hard to explain.
I guess you, because like, I don't know, man. Like, I've been like watching. All I do is watch YouTube videos. You know what I'm saying? That's all my information comes from. So like, especially when it comes to things like XRP, which I'm really indifferent. So I just like make trades to catch the volatility for like XRP, because there's hype behind it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep,
But
and they are hyping it right now, and I would never recommend anyone buy it. But like, I mean, B-Master wasn't wrong. It is going up against Bitcoin right now for sure.
Yeah. So like the thing that like people always like talk about when it comes to that is like that ability to like have these immutable transactions. Like you, like I don't know if that means like, for example, if I wanted to go swipe my card at a gas station, that like some scammer from goddamn Yugoslavia get a hold of my credit card information and just take my money. You know what I'm saying? Like that when it comes to like the average person, I mean, that's what we kind of start thinking about shit like that. Like, oh shit, like having these things be immutable to what I actually do seems like a good idea. And then like when you hear people talk about, not necessarily you guys, of course, we hear people talk about shit like, hey, Bitcoin is slow. It's immutable as fuck.
It's slow on purpose for sure.
For the reasons that you stated, and you can like do things to make it faster. I don't know if that has to do with like hard forks, people having to change like how the shit works because they don't seem to be fast already, right? You know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
if they do that, cool. But like, is it always the best thing? Because like, I think like Bitcoin's ability as a store of value is really it's called to fame, and I think it should kind of maintain that. Like, I wouldn't want to do all these things. Like, I think it was one country that did their nation's voting on Bitcoin. Like, cool idea. They're the first to do it, but I don't know if that's a good idea. Like, do you want everybody trying to use Bitcoin as like means to like do things, or just like as a store of value? I mean,
well, so I think you're right, and you're on the right track there. And of course, we don't know exactly how this is going to play out, right? But so I think that in 10 or 20 years, probably like Visa, MasterCard, and other companies are going to be using the Lightning Network for settlement. Even banks will probably, like, similar to you know how there's like a fee for a wire transfer and shit. Like, they will probably be settling on chain. At some even further out, at some point, it will just be like the banks only settle between each other on chain, and something like Lightning will be like you know, when you do like an EFT, you know, if you want to like, or like Zelle or something, like that will be like Lightning transfers, and then it will settle on chain. Literally like what the banks do overnight, which is called like the repo markets. Like they kind of like, you know, they transfer money around overnight every night. That became a big thing. When like 2016, I remember like shit got real weird because like you're like 2020 is when, and then even in like 22, you remember like what was it? Rippling went down. That's like a payment service.
People were talking about like that with XRP, and then XRP had the legal issues, but Ripple just kind of did it change into something else. Or was Ripple?
Well, no. So rippling is one thing. That's like I actually used it for my last job. Like you know, that's just for like direct payments, but that's totally unrelated to Ripple. Now Ripple and XRP are basically the same thing. They somehow have like dissociated from one another because XRP is pretending to be independent, but it was the Ripple Corporation initially. So it's real weird. It's kind of sketchy. But Yeah, so, but, like, the overnight payments thing, that got, or the overnight, like, settling that banks do, that got weird a couple of years ago. You remember, like, Silvergate Bank went under and, like, everybody was freaking out about it? There were a few things that happened, but that's when, like, these banks, like, reposition themselves overnight, and they basically move funds between each other and, like, pay a small fee to each other to do it. At some point, that is probably only going to happen on Bitcoin. And then, like, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, all of that kind of shit will be, like, resettled on the Lightning Network or something similar to it. Like, because there could be a competitor to Lightning that operates on Bitcoin.
So this is a potentially stupid question. Is it not potentially give more areas for some shit to fuck up if you have to have things settle on all these different layers before it finally settles to its actual location?
Well, I mean, kind of. There's always a problem with that, but that's already, like, what's going on.
What we do now.
Like,
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Like, is it not better to just have something that's completely, like, delegated to just that one thing?
And, well, that's where, like, the problem comes in, because, like you said, if everybody, you know, the example's always like buying coffee, right? If everybody in the world was buying their fucking coffee on Bitcoin, it would be too slow, and the fees would be too high, right? Like, you can't do it like that. And, like, there isn't, I mean, but you got Visa and MasterCard out here charging every vendor like 3%, and that's wild. Like, if you think about how much money that actually is, that's fucking crazy.
Money on all goddamn transactions, bro.
It's fucking wild, dude. And, like, you know, so, like, the truth is, like, literally, human beings have not found a better solution to this problem yet. But, I mean, you're thinking about it right, for sure.
Given that, how is it so easy for you to make stay with it all non-Bitcoin things or shit coins? If some of them are trying to tackle those things, like, I get it, they may not do it right now. Some of them are probably douchebags and just trying to take your money. But
so, like, I'm not like, I support anyone trying to use a blockchain for something different. I've literally looked at like 1,000 coins and other things and blockchain projects, and I've never found anything that actually does the thing they're claiming to do. It doesn't, because it all comes back to that incentive structure. Like, blockchains are fucking stupid, dude. Like, it's not a useful thing for almost anything. Like, I know it's really hard it's hard for me to explain, but, like, the thing that makes the Bitcoin blockchain work is that the miners are securing it because they're incentivized to buy a lot of energy to secure the network. They buy that energy with the Bitcoin that they get from both transaction fees and from the block subsidy. So,
that's another question I have, because I completely forgot about that. How energy dependent Bitcoin is. Because that actually is an issue I personally have with Bitcoin. Just like saying your ability to get it off of off of the mining is dependent upon how much energy you have. I don't think that's very decentralized. You know what I mean? Like, if China wants or America wants to just like have complete Bitcoin mining like buildings just full of fucking graphics cards.
So that's what I'm a mechanical engineer, right? And I spent the last 4 years working for a large Bitcoin miner in the U.S. And, dude, it is so cutthroat. And, like, so what kind of happens is, like, all the big miners are using essentially, like, wasted energy, and they shut off when the grid needs more energy, because you can't just, like, spool up and down these like industrial gas turbines that are the generators that make the power. So, like, they need to keep them running anyway. And then when, like, I could go on for hours about how in Texas at fucking at 5 p.m. sharp, the demand on the grid would drop off, and we would be, like, mining like crazy, right? Because everyone was in their car on the way home. And then at, like, 5:30, 5:45, the fucking grid would get hit with, like, a mega demand, right? So like everybody got home, they cranked up their stove to start cooking, they turned their AC down because it's hot as fuck in the house, and I would watch like the fucking demand on the grid go through the fucking roof, and then we would shut off and stop absorbing that extra energy. So like that's what a lot of the big miners are doing. That's where a lot of the good contracts in Texas were happening. That's basically all taken up now. You've got miners are always going to go for the cheapest power, and this self balances. Like the way the difficulty increase in the difficulty adjustment in Bitcoin works is it kind of keeps rebalancing no matter how many miners are online, right? Every 2 weeks, if blocks are coming in too fast, meaning there's like more miners coming on, then the difficulty increases automatically, and if they fall off, then it decreases, right? So basically the same number of blocks keep getting mined.
Different proportion of increase and decrease in the halving, though, right? The halving is about the block subsidy, and okay, so how many? It was just how much you get for the block, not necessarily
right.
Okay, that makes sense.
And this is where it's crazy self-balancing because like since I think I actually have a chart of this, but like the most the miners have ever made like overall like the total happened in I think 2021, and like we haven't gotten anywhere near back like near that again, and that was like barely a hair above what they were making in 2017. Like per block, like the total for like all miners like on a daily basis. So in dollar terms, I'm talking about, right? So it's kind of weird because like Bitcoin keeps increasing like just enough, so that like the miners are basically as a whole industry making the same total amount of dollars. Because trust me, the miners are fucking selling all of their Bitcoin off like every fucking day. Because like those power costs come in real quick. I promise you, when you've got like 200 megawatts of power that you're paying for, and you only get a good rate because you agree to do that like shut off thing I talked about. Like you get a good rate for that, right? Like a lot of other industries do. Like a lot of big heavy industry gets much cheaper than residential prices, but like you shut off just for the ability to get a lower rate, and then when you are mining, like dude, you're talking about even if you're at like 4 cents a kilowatt hour, 100 million times that per hour is a lot of money. And so like they're selling Bitcoin like a motherfucker, like every single day. It is a cutthroat industry. Like I could go on forever.
So just real quick, this is my last question. I'm sorry to get going, but how do you maintain that profitability without just increasing your load on the electrical infrastructure? As like you print, there's less money being printed over time, and more people start to open up these facilities to mine it.
Yeah, that's a good question. So, I mean, the truth is we don't really know how it will go, but the fact is right now there is only so much like cheap energy or like variable energy, like I mentioned, where you turn off and on when it's needed. Like there's only so much of that available, and that's what already happened in Texas while I was there mining. Like all those power contracts went away because we basically saturated the grid. We got all of that variable load like taken care of. Everything that they need, like that, it helped the grid by basically selling the waste energy for cheap, and then they don't need that anymore. But you will get places like fucking Tasmania, of all places, which I didn't even learn this until like less than a year ago. They've got a ton of hydropower, so they've got the same issue with dams. Because if you picture a dam and they're spinning turbines by like letting water run through the dam, right? That's spinning whether they're selling the energy or not. And as grids grow and you need energy in certain areas, even so like something that's come online is in like West Texas. They put in these huge solar farms, right? and a lot of it there aren't even cities nearby, and Bitcoin miners have gone in and they're like, hey, like whatever you're producing, we'll buy it for cheap, like, and then do the shut off thing until like there are more residents nearer or you get bigger connections to the grid or whatever. So, and it actually incentivizes them to build more production like that, like hydro dams and solar, and wind farms too. And we definitely took advantage of the wind farm energy on the grid in Texas. But so it's weird because it kind of like the miners will slide in anywhere where there's kind of like power available but no one using it, and then they'll kind of just slide back out and go somewhere else when that isn't really like a thing anymore. Because if they can sell it to residents in houses for more than we're willing to pay for it as miners, then they're going to do that.
For sure. What was a good talk,
and that's,
man? Learned a lot.
It's really interesting.
For sure. I'll try next time with you.
God, what a night it's been.
Yeah, sorry. I can stop the.
No.
He's gone, so no one else has questions about Bitcoin now, and I don't care to talk about it more.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just saying, like, there was a lot going on throughout the night. I was asleep, off and on. I woke up to Israel Palestine several times, and I woke up to Bitcoin, and now we're here. It's a good night. Yeah.
Everyone wakes up to Israel Palestine once in a while.
Every once in a while. Nathan, you there? Do you guys ever... Okay, so I know some of you are from the Bitcoin side, and I keep being told that they're completely normal, not culty rooms, and you talk about, like, normal stuff.
Oh no, we're culty as fuck.
Okay, do you address things like in the title?
Yeah. I mean, what do you mean, adjust?
Address.
Like, do we change it?
Like,
oh, address.
Like, yeah, I want you to weigh in. What does it take to be considered a Christian?
That depends on which Christian school I was going to at the time. But generally it was like, accept Jesus into your heart. But you certainly can't, like, then just go around not following the general guidelines, I would say, right? I don't know. It's kind of an intriguing topic because, like, every denomination, I think, maybe has different definitions of this. And I still can't figure out why some of the Baptists think dancing is evil, or which Baptist that is, because it's not all the Baptists. Like, my grandmother goes to a primitive Baptist church in Florida, and they certainly have no problem with dancing. But, like, a lot of the big Baptist churches in Texas don't allow dancing. And I had some friends that went to a, like, Christian school in Broward County, and it was technically a Baptist church, and, like, they didn't have a prom or a homecoming because they didn't allow dancing, and I thought that was bizarre.
Okay, I get it, but, like, Footloose was pivotal to my understanding of the world, so I will sacrifice however many generations of teens who were not allowed to dance in order for us to get Kevin Bacon in Footloose. Okay, that's one. Two, the different denominations of Christianity is more about, like, I think, doctrine, interpretation, that sort of thing, but just definitionally for the purpose of like a big tent sort of Christianity who is included and excluded. And I think that among those different denominations, they recognize each other as Christians, but disagree with the way that each has interpreted their script. So I guess it's more, what is the one basic qualifier to be recognized as a Christian? And my answer, based on my understanding of the prose, was Jesus is pivotal to your entry to, I don't even know if all of them believe in heaven, so I can't even say that. Jesus is central to salvation. I think that was an answer.
That makes sense. I agree. That seems to be the central requirement.
Because some of the Christians, and I won't name which sects, won't even call themselves Christian. And it's not even entirely common that you believe in the Trinity, or that Jesus is God or the Son of God. It just seems that the one linchpin is that this guy is involved.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get that, like, you can't get the heaven or the afterlife without accepting him as your savior.
Yeah, so I think the mix-up that was happening over the course of the last few days was the acceptance of the Trinity, the God is Jesus, and they're like the same person, but then you would be excluding some of the fringe groups who don't believe those, and what we were trying to do is sort of put some sort of the loosest guidelines so that it's as encompassing of all Christians, even the ones who won't call themselves that, as possible. Do you have something that would fit that guideline, Marshall?
I have a book that talks about that stuff. It's called The History of Christianity, and where should I put it? I'm wondering if, for example, like the Nestorian Christians, I don't know if they believe in transubstantiation.
It's like even the belief that Mary was a virgin isn't entirely necessary, because there were, I think, the earliest Christians who didn't, like, that wasn't part of their belief set. In that,
I mean, they made a good excuse, but it was God.
Well, I get what she's saying, but to my knowledge, around that time, as far as Mary and Joseph goes, right, you will be a virgin up until you will be married, right? And Mary was married to Joseph, so that's why I don't believe she was a virgin.
So this comes out.
So you gotta tell me, after they got married, they never had sex.
well, I'm not a Christian, so I'm not, like, deeply involved in, like, the mythology, but is that true that they were married before she was visited by the angel?
I believe so, yeah, Mary was for.
I never knew that.
Joseph was her actual husband at the time. But here's the thing, though, right? Like, just to the topic, like, I wanted to say, I really loved y'all conversation. I'm actually going to like chime in. Right? That was then. This is now. We're talking about now, right? As far as being Christians go, you guys have to understand. Like, I don't know if well, not you guys, but just everybody should understand that the churches now are basically non-profit organizations. You guys know that, right?
You mean the registered under tax code is 501?
No, do y'all know that? Like y'all are you guys aware of that? So Christian, like the spirituality of Christianity and all that that shit is out the window now because you have so many chapters. You have to remember the Seventh Day Adventists are actually considered Christians, and they go to church
Well,
on
there are
Saturday.
a lot of sects of Christians.
But the thing is, today they're actually non-profit organizations.
Well, they're only considered not-for-profit organizations if they're registered as a 501c3.
That's pretty much all churches.
Well, yeah, but that's because we don't force churches to pay
That's
taxes.
that's why they're able to pass a donation plate around, and that's been like forever.
Yeah, but that's like tithing's a strict part of the Christian movement. Like you're expected to tithe some of your money.
Right. Now here's the thing. When I say the spirituality is being lost, you have to remember Jesus went mad. Remember the time Jesus went mad in the Bible? Why did he go mad? You guys remember?
Something about table flipping. I think there were tax collectors in the church or something.
When he saw they were selling Bibles when they were selling Bibles and crucifix and pretty much profiting off of
No, they weren't selling Bibles or crucifixes while he was still alive. The sign of a crucifix was a Roman punishment, and the first example of a New Testament partially written down is in the old dead language of Syriac, which was written in 150 AD. So when Christ was around, there wasn't any of that.
Right. So why did Jesus go mad again?
I think, well, I would just guess based on, like, I've read a time that the Romans were in the synagogue trying to, like, just historical, like, context. I think part of the colonization process for the Romans is that they had to, like you could keep your religion, but you would have to include, like...
You would have to add the Roman gods, in particular, the cult of the emperor you had to add.
So I think that there was some of that going on, and then there was something involving tax collectors, I think.
Yes. So the point of the money changers at the temple was that they were making money on sacred ground and were trading, and he thought they should not be making money on sacred ground. So I looked this up for my Christian history textbook. It's called History of the World Christian Movement, Volume 1, Earliest Christianity of 1453 by a dude named Dale T. Irvin and Scott W. Sundquist. And I'll read you just part of it. For most Christians in the West, debates among scholastic theologians were at most a matter of marginal concern, if they were aware of them at all. For most, being Christian meant participating in sacramental life of the church, where they were promised eternal life. Most people in the West attended worship services in a church or chapel on a regular basis, and almost always there were services where a priest celebrated the Eucharist, but most people did not regularly take part in communion portion of the service. One of the decrees passed by the Fourth Lateran Council in 1215 made it mandatory that every Christian was to take communion at least once a year, suggesting that many were not even participating with frequency at the time. The same council made the confession mandatory at least once a year as well. This suggests that the practice of penance was also widely being practiced in the 12th century. So there's another piece of this which goes, where to go? The elements of bread and wine on the communion table. Some had argued that Christians partake of bread, they are actually eating the flesh of Christ with their teeth, while others shied away from the graphic description. Scholastic theologians suggested that one ought make the distinction between the substance and appearance of the elements in the Eucharist. In material appearances, which includes their properties or accidents, the bread and wine remain the same, but in the deeper substance, what one might call their subject, they change the words of the priest to become the body blood of Christ. The Fourth Lateran Council followed this distinction used to as a way to transubstantiate. So it's just an interesting piece. I haven't found the piece about the Trinity yet. But the Fourth Lateran Council, and that's pretty important to the development of Christianity.
Okay, and what does it address the other points, like whether or not Mary, like one, I genuinely did not know that Mary was already married at the time of her conception, and two, the incident of Jesus being mad outside the temple. Like, does your book address either of those items?
Talking about Christ throwing out the temple, money changers.
Can I say something to that real fast?
Yeah.
Cool. Jesus was angry at the temple because it had become a marketplace filled with money changers and merchants. It was no longer a place of prayer for all people. He saw this as a discretion of the sacred space and a betrayal of its purpose. Pretty much meaning he saw them profiting off of spirituality, which if we look at it today, he even broke down the whole process you have to go in order to be a non-profit, right? What was it called again?
What I was talking about, it was called transubstantiation, but I
Right. I hear you. But check it out. If Jesus was here today, he would go mad again because of that. That's why I say it's a non-profit. It's no longer a spiritual place, as I just spoke of it. That's why Jesus went mad, because they were profiting off of spirituality, off of Christianity.
On the point of if he was here again, was the he's coming back part of the original doctrine?
No. We wouldn't even know if he came back.
No, I'm just asking, like, his early followers, was he, when he was alive, telling them, hey guys, this is cool, I'm gonna die for you, I'm gonna come back a second time to save you again?
No.
So where does that come from?
That comes from preachers and people pretty much putting their spin on it. You know you ever heard of the game like Pass It On? To where it's like somebody will tell you a story.
Yeah, playing telephone.
Then you'll add like your rendition of it, and then you'll tell somebody else and add their rendition to it.
Yeah, we call it telephone.
Because here's the thing, even in the Bible, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but even in the Bible, it does not say Jesus died for our sins. There's a whole story of why Jesus died. Why Jesus didn't get captured. Jesus turned himself in. Y'all know that, right? And there was a whole reason for it. No. Jesus did get snitched on. That's why he went into captivity. When he got snitched on, they didn't catch Jesus. Jesus turned himself in. It's in the Bible. Jesus told when the
he foretold it, right? He said that Judas was going to sell him.
Check it out. When Jesus went into hiding, he actually went into hiding. And he gave everybody an assignment. He said, man, you be on the lookout for this, you do this, X, Y, and Z. When he said, I just want to take a nap. When he woke up and realized nobody was doing it, he said, man, these niggas, I'm going to get these motherfuckers killed. And he turned himself in. When they woke up, Jesus was no longer there. He was already with the Romans. Jesus turned himself in. So Jesus did not die for our sins. He died to save his friends. But because of this story, it's been, yes, he did. Look into it. Like, don't take my word for it. I tell you this. I always tell people this. Don't take my word for it. Look into it. Like, find your own information to it. Jesus didn't get captured. Jesus turned himself in. That's a real story in the Bible. But the thing is, because the preachers and the pastors and X, Y, and Z, these guys spin the narrative on it. Jesus didn't die for our sins. Here's my thing. Y'all, but like, and I really want like somebody's real opinion on this, like an opinion, like your thoughts on this. How is it when Jesus died and they said in the Bible he's going to come back and he's going to save the Jews? He's going to come back for the Jews. You mean to tell me Jesus is coming back for the same people who crucified him? Does that make sense to you?
Now, this is fascinating and new information for me. I did not know.
Does that make sense to anybody here? Why would Jesus come back and save the same people who killed him?
I don't know. I would need to hear from a Christian why this is the common belief.
I don't think any of them know.
I'm done talking. I'm done talking.
You don't have to stop talking. I just want to know.
I just want somebody. I just want to hear somebody else speak on it.
Any Christians want to speak for their faith? I don't know. Is it a Catholic belief? Are you Catholic, Jenny? Are you awake, first of all? Nathan, you're a Christian. Answer for you. I said Nathan.
Speak for your people, bro.
Yeah. Speak for your people, Huey.
Why?
You say why? Because I want to know.
I mean,
No, but my faith is not your entertainment. If you want to entertain me.
Oh my God. What if you know, is it like the Christian dream to convince a Jew? Just,
I'm Lutheran.
what does that mean? What is a Lutheran?
It means proselytization. Proselytization is done through modeling as opposed to necessarily needing to evangelize. And quite frankly, me personally, on a personal note, I'd actually just rather not have some of y'all like involved in my church at all.
Oh.
So like I'm very happy if you're on the outside. I think that's where some people belong in general, right? Not everybody can come to the cookout, right? But it's not my place to say who can and who can't. But I know what I can do. I can just not put the invite out. But if niggas come and I have to do this Christian thing and I have to welcome them, I have to do all of that. But like, I'm not just, you know what I'm saying? I'm just not gonna put out the invite. So that's the way I see it.
Do you follow the word of Jesus?
I do.
Do you?
Absolutely.
Who baptized Jesus? Who baptized Jesus?
Why are you asking? Do you know the answer?
I just want to know who baptized Jesus. I do know the answer, but I just want to know if you know.
Okay, so then, wait, hold on, sorry. If you know the answer, why are you asking?
In a conversation, wait a minute, stop. In a conversation, one thing you shouldn't do is answer a question with a question, especially if you're a Christian.
One thing you shouldn't do is ask questions you already know the answers to.
Why are you getting so hostile? I'm just asking simple questions.
I'm not hostile. I'm not hostile at all. I'm just pointing out that like the weird Socratic dialogue thing doesn't make you any more professorial in comparison to me.
Hostility. Here's the thing. There's a sense of hostility when somebody asks you a question and then you answer it with a question.
The hostility is embedded in the question you asked. Asking me a dumb question when you already know the answer, right, is hostile.
Yes, but I don't know the answer.
It's condescending and patronizing. Do you know what X plus X equals? Like it's pretty condescending. So that's where the hostility started. You can't be mad at me that I'm returning the energy. And I'm not hostile. I'm just reflecting whatever it is you feel. So if you feel like it's hostility, it's a reflection.
I don't even want to talk about it anymore. You're right.
Oh, not Huey in the
Okay,
mirror.
good. Just. I'm the mirror. I'm the man in the mirror. If you feel hostility, it's because you put it out.
I didn't put out any hostility. I just asked a question. You took it as hostility.
No. You asked a question you knew the answer to. That's bad faith.
I actually cool, calm, and collective about it. I didn't even yell at you. I didn't even say what he needed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you under the impression I'm yelling? This is my happy voice.
I was just trying to build with you.
Calm. He's pretty calm right now.
This is actually me very, very calm.
A little jovial even.
Like I was trying to build with you, and you went somewhere.
What are you trying to build?
Tally, I can tell you that the Lutherans were really into crossing themselves. They did the cross thing.
Anybody else want to answer the question?
Back in the day, that's old Lutheran stuff. We got new
That was when
technology.
I went to a Lutheran school and they did it all the time.
Oh, you mean when you say crossing themselves, you mean from the Father, Son,
Yeah,
that.
that.
Yeah.
Like the Catholics.
Yeah, that part was real similar to the Catholics, and like there were a lot of elements that were like the Catholics, but compared to other churches I've been to. But I think they don't use like the Catholic Bible in Lutheran churches, right? Like they use like the standard.
Oh, we're not opposed to it, but it's just not really.
Yeah.
Efficiency's sake. The Lutheran Church is like a stripped down version of Catholicism in some fundamental ways. Remember, Martin Luther never intended to cause upheaval in that sense. He tended to sort of like reform the church, and he, in his, I guess, hard died Catholic to some degree. His point wasn't to cause like the kind of revolution that would turn people away from faith. It was to essentially get like the church to hold itself accountable. So it's not that Lutherans are anti-Catholic.
Yeah, and it definitely. I'm glad you said it. I didn't want to say it. I don't want to but that was my take. Was it was like a stripped down version of the Catholic Church? Was what I.
There is something to be said about that because it is in part influenced by like a lot of German culture, which is very sort of like efficiency based and minimalist to some degree. It's like some of the pageantry of church needed to be taken away, and that like if you compare Lutheran churches to, let's say, Catholic churches, like Catholic churches almost make this deliberate attempt to be cathedral-like versus Lutheran churches.
Yeah.
A little bit more, simple whitewashed walls, a few nice, pretty inspiring pictures if they are inspiring to the congregation, and that's pretty much it. You don't get the full mosaics and.
Yeah, and there wasn't. I mean, if I remember, there wasn't like the repetition and the a lot of like the Hail Marys and things. That didn't seem to be a thing. Like all the like. What I would refer to as like chanting and stuff that goes on in the Catholic churches, that wasn't a part of the Lutheran.
No, not really. No. Again, not that like Lutherans are opposed to it, but it's just not part of like the culture. Of all, because I'm a former atheist, so of all the denominations I listen to, so I grew up in a Methodist sort of like background or whatever, and then when there weren't Methodist churches around, we went to the Presbyterian church. I like that vibe. I like the music. I love the energy, but like at some point, like you get old and it's a bit exhausting. So it can be very very draining. Lutheran church is just super chill. Go in, pray, fellowship, go out, and you walk away feeling good about yourself. It's kind of like when you go vegan for a week. It's that vibe.
Today that Mary was married at the time of her conception.
You only found that out today?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so I have a question. I have a question to the young lady. So this whole time, that you found out today, what do you think about it now? The fact that she was actually that she was actually not married when she had the baby. Do you believe that God came down and impregnated her when she was having sex? Do you believe?
I don't believe in any of that. I'm not a Christian.
She was still a virgin after she got married.
Hey, Aisha was a virgin until she was like 8 and 9 months.
I have no idea. I would say that the odds are not in her favor. But also, I sincerely didn't know that she was married. I thought that she was just a really, as the story goes, she's like this really good person, and God's like, yeah, you're the one. And then the angel visits, touches her belly,
Thank God that I'm gonna hit that shit before he do.
No. And then,
Wait, an angel came and touched her belly?
yeah, isn't that what happened?
I don't think that was part of it.
It's not part of it? It's not my boy. I don't know.
Let us know. No, break it down for her.
But either way, I assumed that, Joseph was
Bro, they used a one-time excuse, I'm just saying.
Joseph was some really good guy, and he was like, you know what? I'll marry her anyway. And then they went off on their donkey. Like, that's like the...
Yeah, weren't they
story arc in my mind.
betrothed to be married, but weren't married? I think that's what
possible. That
but
that would more closely fit the narrative of my, understanding, but they're gonna stop my story, so I didn't even know, I don't know, honestly.
Any of the religious people want to speak on that?
Derek, this is why I took the stance I did about light-skinned blacks.
I see, man. Proud of you, bro. Proud of you. What about light-skinned blacks?
She's brown. You're brown. I'm just a darker brown.
What's that?
You guys, none of us are who I was talking about, just so you know.
Good morning. Praise Jesus. May God be in your...
No, thank you, but good morning.
Why is Clubhouse saying your picture is like 18 plus, bro? Like, what is
that's
what is
weird.
inappropriate about that?
Nothing. They don't want black love. They don't want black love. It's outlawed.
What is that?
Oh, you can see it if you go to it, though. If you go all the way in, you can see it.
Yeah, it is weird, though, that they, censor it. I'm like, what is
Dude, bro, they censor all kinds of shit. It's, their AI for, censoring shit is really trash. It routinely censors, chicks in bathing suits for us.
So, Delta, I see your praying hands in your PTR. Can you clarify the timeline of the conception? Was Mary already married to Joseph at the time of her conception?
I need a genuine Jalta answer here, come on.
The only conception of any true worth and value was October 31st of 2008.
And what conception was that? Your own?
Oh, fuck! We could be talking to people that were, born after Bitcoin, couldn't we? Oh, that's... That was when Satoshi released the white paper. It was Halloween 2000.
Why'd it have to be a white paper?
Because we're all racist. Especially Satoshi. I've actually...
Pages.
Dude, I've gotten into this debate. I swear the term white paper, only appeared after that. But, because I went to school for engineering, right? Prior to that. And I read a lot of, research papers. They were always called fucking research papers. I swear I only heard the term white paper after Bitcoin. It's so...
White paper. Well, I'm a copywriter, so I come from the industry that used to, write white papers. But I hear what you're saying. It only...
Yeah, it definitely got, more popular as a term, and, people... That's interesting. I don't know. Yeah, so I guess it was around, but I never really heard it. I always just heard, reading, a research paper or scientific paper, not a white.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of, B2B copy, right? Copy, one of the ways you build up, a B2B
product in the background is through white papers, right? Those white papers are where you release a whole bunch of like research, or release a whole bunch of like material, and then usually you take those white papers and synthesize them into some kind of like insights for B2C markets. But like one of the if you really like white papers and like that kind of writing style, like great well written white papers, look into somebody called Sir John Hergerty. That's one of the goats.
I got a question though. Why y'all deflecting her question?
What was the question, brother?
Ask her.
No, I'm asking you.
The whole question, and y'all went into some whole other shit.
I'm asking you. What's your question?
Brushed her off like she didn't ask y'all a question. Like
he wants to know if fucking Joseph was beaten or not.
No. She wanted to know if Mary was actually married before she had Jesus. And nobody actually gave her an answer. Y'all start talking about this shit.
No, that's all I missed, bro. No.
Was it true?
What was true?
Was Mary married to Joseph before she had Jesus?
Bro, obviously not.
Yes. Before she had Jesus, yes.
All right, check it out. Actually,
but not before she was married.
No. Let me correct.
I mean, not before she gave birth.
No, I'm going to. Yes, before she gave birth. Here's the thing. Yes, Mary was married to Joseph. In Jewish custom,
I'm gonna just say
Bedrav, which was a legally binding agreement even before the formal home taking ceremony. This means they were considered legally married, though not yet living together as husband and wife. The angel Gabriel appeared to Mary and informed her of her divine conception, and then appeared to Joseph to assure him that Mary's pregnancy was a result of the Holy Spirit. Joseph accepted Mary as his wife and took her into his home.
Thank you, Dave. Dave, are you a Christian?
No, I'm a spiritual man though. I'm beyond the Bible.
What does that mean? You're a spiritual man.
I'm a spiritual man. Pretty much meaning like I don't just confine it to the Bible. I confine it to spirituality.
Okay, let me ask you this: Do you accept the Muslims' version of like their God?
I do. I understand them. But here's the thing: the Muslims are not a religion.
I love those baby fuckers.
They're not a religion.
Islam is a way of life. It's not a religion.
Yeah, Christianity is the way of life. A way of life as well too.
No.
I mean, I would personally, I would more describe Islam as like a cancer on the planet that wants to take over. But that
Christianity is a scapegoat to sin. That's in Catholics, Seventh-day Adventists, Mormons, Jehovah's Witness, and everybody else who reads the Bible. I take that back. Seventh-day Adventists actually move like the Muslims because they do live by the laws of the Bible. To where they actually exercise.
Bro, those motherfuckers won't let their kids have birthday parties. Are you crazy? That's fucking not a law of the Bible.
What are you talking about?
Seventh-day Adventists do not allow birthday party.
And Jehovah's Witness. But that's not the point, though.
Where their birthday? Okay. So check it out. Where do you hear about a birthday party in the Bible?
You ever heard about what's his name?
I mean, where do you hear about Starbucks in the Bible?
You remember when John the Baptist? You know why John the Baptist was beheaded?
What are you talking about?
Yes, you know how John the Baptist was beheaded. Dave, you know how John the Baptist?
Were there bar mitzvahs in the Bible?
You know John the Baptist? Exactly. You know John the Baptist was beheaded?
John the Baptist, here's, okay, I finally got my
head on a
answer.
silver platter. That makes it better.
That's one reason why they don't celebrate birthdays, because of that.
Because of John the Baptist.
Because John the Baptist doing, what's his name? I forgot the king's name, but doing his daughter's birthday, his wife
Jezebel.
His wife convinced his daughter to ask what John the Baptist said, because his wife was jealous of the relationship the king and John the Baptist had. So on his daughter's birthday, he gave the one wish, and he would have to do it. And the wish was she wanted John the Baptist head on the plaque.
I had
That's why
forgotten
Jehovah
that
Witnesses-
facet of it, bro. That's fucking wild.
Is that in the Bible?
There are so many life lessons there.
No, wait a minute. Is that in the Bible?
Yes.
If you think about it, Christianity was the
What
first.
chapter? What verse? Philip,
Doctrine.
give me that. Like, I need to know that. Where in the Bible is that at?
I know the wife asked for it. I don't remember.
Where? Okay, but where in the Bible is? Google. You have Google at your dispense. Where in the Bible?
Bro, Google ruins all of it.
Google that shit. What the fuck?
I did it. I Google everything.
Yeah,
You know
why
what? I'll
don't
do it for
you,
you.
why don't you
I think
Google
that
that, Fish? Why don't you
Is that
Google
Googleable information, sir?
Yes, it is.
What ChatGPT just told me that it was actually her bar mitzvah.
Is that Googleable information as well?
John the Baptist's head was on the planet.
I mean, it was a luxurious platter. It was like solid silver.
Matthew 14, first John's head was brought on a platter and presented to the girl. You're right. I stand corrected. I'm gonna read this.
For her birthday, bro, I've always wanted a head on a silver platter for my birthday.
When Solomon asked her mother what she requested, she was told to ask for the head of John the Baptist on the platter. Although Herod was appalled by the request, he reluctantly agreed and had John executed by beheading in the prison in art. The episode is known as the Feast of Herod. Wasn't necessarily a birthday party, it was just a feast. But I
Wait, they ate his head?
No, they just put it on the platter at the celebration.
Was it like next to the other food?
Yeah.
Wait, what celebration? What celebration?
No, it
Who
was like
celebrated?
accessory.
Why did they
Right,
put it on a
what were
platter
they
with
celebrating
it?
then?
Okay, I'll
It was
tell you.
his daughter's birthday.
Who was the head on the platter in the Bible?
I believe y'all
By
have.
her mother. Give me.
Did they have the head on a platter and like a
Yeah,
spread
it
on
was
the
actually
other
on a
platter?
Right. That's what I get
Or they had a spread on one platter and the head on another?
This is
That'd
what
be
she
crazy.
said. Listen. I'm giving y'all some news. Give me here on a platter the head of John the Baptist, and had John beheaded in the prison. His head was brought in on a platter and given to the girl, who carried it to her mother. John's disciples came and took his body and buried it.
Oh, so there was
Why okay, now let's find out why she did that. Solomon did not primarily want John the Baptist. It was her mother, Herodes, who instigated the request, fueled by her anger at John's public criticism of her marriage to Herod. And this has nothing to do with a birthday party.
Nathan, I want to
platter.
His head was put on the platter because of somebody of higher stature.
No. Why they was having a celebration for his daughter?
Matter of fact, John
Wait,
the
Dave.
Baptist.
Just Google it. Why was they having a celebration?
I want to know if they buried the head in the platter or the head by its.
Here's the question: why did Salam want John's head?
No, why was there a celebration?
to play fast.
Nathan, I just want to let you know that tomorrow I'm going to be studying geology in your room, and I'm going to read very slowly and painfully in front of everybody.
That's sad.
The birthday
this matter, man.
You had it, the birthday banquet.
So if you guys follow, Nathan, if you follow the Jehovah's Witness story and the Jehovah's Witness ideology and the Jehovah's Witness form of Christianity, one of the reasons they don't celebrate birthdays is particularly one of the stories. The story of
Exactly. That's what I was just telling them that.
the story of Hagar. The story of Hagar. Remember, Abraham, made wife, and what Abraham.
That's another one.
Yeah, that's the third one. They bring up three stories. John the Baptist, story of Hagar. I can't remember the text too. So they tell you that all the time birthdays are celebrated in the Bible. The evil things happen. So birthdays are not something you should celebrate. That's what I wanted to say.
So birthdays, actually, all the times birthdays were celebrated in the Bible, evil things happen according to the Jehovah's Witness, so they don't celebrate birthdays.
Jalta, I really hope that you bring me a head on a silver platter for my birthday.
Well, I'm not a spiritual man, but I am your boogeyman. And that's
also
what I am.
bread on a platter as well.
As long as there's head involved, it's fine.
I'm your boogeyman. That's what I am. I'm here to do whatever I can, be it early morning, late afternoon, or at midnight. It's never too soon.
How did you
Is that
get
Dr.
yourself?
Seuss, bro?
How in the fuck did you get yourself one of those motherfuckers? Wow.
Just want to say, Nathan, when I start reading about geology and like learning it in real time in front of everybody, reading it as slowly as possible. I don't want you to say shit, alright? I don't want you to do that thing you do. It's like, no, we don't do that here. No, we do that here.
Exactly.
We learn it in real time.
I find geography interesting, bro.
No, not geography, geology.
Oh,
geography.
Man. That's even better.
About stones.
I'm here for the
You like the
geological
stones?
debate,
Yeah.
by the way.
Yeah, bro, you can teach us. This would debunk. This would help out a whole bunch of people when they make them arguments, but you can't measure. You can't measure the past by dating, like carbon dating rocks and all that other stuff, bro. This will help them.
Yo.
I ain't even gonna start there, fam. I'm gonna start with the difficult question. What is a stone? What is a rock? Like that's.
What is a rock?
Yo, you should have been here one day, bro. We had an argument, and somebody said, like, you wouldn't believe it. Somebody said that mountains are trees, bro. Mountains are trees.
And you know how they found it? In the book called Sexology.
Why do I feel like that was a shot to me? I feel like I said.
Nah, that wasn't you, bro. That was his name was Seven something.
He's like, I'm just saying sometimes they can be considered trees. I ain't mad at that, I'm not gonna lie. I'm your boogeyman.
Y'all need to start respecting Seven's Gun because he was touching on some deep shit right there, some deep epistemological questions.
Nah, bro. That shit's
hard. You can do that. I don't care.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people like Seven's Gun.
Now, riddle me this.
Come in.
I was just about to. Okay, go ahead.
I was gonna say. So we also had a conversation and it lasted for about a week, right? About is there different levels of intelligence, right? From sentient to Brandon. Me and somebody else made an argument that right rocks, if we're measuring like levels of intelligence, can be considered intelligent.
Yeah. I made that argument long ago, depending on how you define intelligence.
Like how do you define an intelligence?
So, okay, there's a world in a theoretical universe of some kind, whether you want that to be your universe now or somebody else's universe later, where if you defined intelligence as simply the storage of information and the deploying of that information, you could theoretically make an argument for like why rocks necessarily store information, because it turns out that energy isn't just a transfer of, let's say, capacity for power. It also comes with like some kind of instructional value, which could be considered information. So in other words, energy is information too, which is interesting. Like, and I always
would be intelligent.
No, the ability to receive and process information. That's what it is.
Yeah, receiving and processing the information. So then that's what you call intelligence. And then to some degree, like rocks have a very, very low form of it, in the sense that they can receive energy, process the information, and then I guess change on the basis of those instructions. So for example, think about what's actually going on when one rock hits another and that rock fragments? Why does it necessarily even need to fragment? Like, what's the thing that's happening? You could say that, there's an overload of energy within that system such that like the constitution of the rock breaks off in some kind of way. But then at that point, it's kind of like, yeah, but what was the instruction to do that? And then you can
make an argument for the fact that it received the input, responded, and did X, Y, and Z as some kind of intelligence. I personally wouldn't function that way, but I don't see why that's like a horrible way to.
Well, then what would be something that's not intelligent then, if that's the case? Because everything at that point
that's
what would be non-intelligent?
That's the view that everything has intelligence, but there's levels to it, right? That's the argument. Like there's no.
Everything is intelligent, and there's a such thing as non-intelligent. There's no such thing within that belief.
Then by that logic, Nathan, the nothing would be.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That would be. So when someone say you're not intelligent, it just be tongue in cheek. Something like that doesn't exist because everything is intelligent. Rock, air, ice that melts, but it reacts to the heat.
I love it, but it's an interesting thing to think about. We don't go that deep.
But I remember a lot of this started when I asked. If you guys remember, one of the very first debates I ever had with Mike was I asked him, "Do you think energy is material?" And kind of wrapped his head around it. And then when Io came up, Io pointed out that like studies are being done right in particle physics or whatever, where they're trying to sort of like determine what is the instructional property of energy itself, and that like they've done tests where they got batteries to change directions, right, on the basis of like an energy input without like any other sort of like additional forces or things like that. So it's like, oh, that's interesting, right? Like energy in and of itself carries some kind of instructional property, even if like at its most basic it's just like a binary thing, like a 1 or 0, if you want to think of it that way, right? Like either respond to this or do not respond to this. Like even that is some kind of instructional property, which is interesting, right? I took that and made a broader inference to God, but you know me, I'll smuggle in God wherever I can.
I don't like that word because it just trivializes intelligence. Everything is intelligent. And
you just don't like.
Wait, you said everything is intelligent?
No, that's what Eric was.
You just don't like being humble. Nigga, why you the only one that can be intelligent, nigga?
Everything is intelligent. What does intelligent mean?
Receive and process information. Yeah.
You think maybe all living things, right? Is that even true?
No. I'm saying even sentient or non-living things also can be considered intelligent.
So in what way would you consider in what would they be taken in and processed?
Like for like the rock example, right? So rocks, they hold a molecular form because of like the coding, right, that they receive from like the universe or whatever. Like what tells the rock to stay in the form of a rock and not just turn into water, right, if the wind touches it?
I guess the properties of physics.
And is that not information?
The properties of physics information. No, they're not. No, it's not.
So that means that is the problem. We gain no information.
Wait! You guys are saying the properties of physics are information? I don't think so.
No, it's inputs and outputs. Right? So you put something in and you
but
get
the
output.
properties of physics that would make it so that the bonds, the molecular bonds of a rock.
Let's be information.
That's not information per se. It's just a state of being that is. It's just. It's not. But I don't know how to explain it. It's not per se information. Like.
If you were to observe it and you were to write down what you saw, that would be information. That's all. That's what I get.
Molecules are information. All of it. Everything is data, right? So we're like the
information in a vacuum, or is it information in a vacuum, or is it, to I think
You
information
think about it like
requires.
an atomic
An
something.
observer, right? Information
One
requires an
proton or
observer.
electron
Right.
is informing the other proton or electron, like of something such that like it's contained within itself. Like so it's like I hear what you're saying, Louis, and it depends. Like this is why I said it depends on how you define intelligence,
Right.
and also partly maybe how you define, I guess, information maybe. Like, but these things aren't a given. Like the reason why it's hard to wrap your head around is because for a long time we treat these things like they're a given, but then when you ask, it's kind of like, what's the real reason why like this any like real delineation here? And for me, there's a simple approach. You could just arbitrarily cut off intelligence only to sentient things, and then like that solves your problem.
Right.
Like twofold, and you can insist on that definition. However, if you don't insist on that definition, and you're a little bit more, I guess, semantically rigid or strict, and boil things down reductively to like something fundamental and essential, then it turns out that like you have to be a little bit more open-minded. Like,
I guess I just don't understand why the cutoff to sentient beings would be arbitrary. That's like
because, well, I have one that's probably so it's different than the rock. But if you look at like a sunflower, what makes a sunflower? What is informing that sunflower enough to where it turns to always face the sun? I think it's a little. I think plants are probably more related in that sense. Yeah.
Okay, then you can say plants are intelligent. But then the question is like, what would be the reason to necessarily cut it off at sentience? You can insist on cutting it off at sentience. I have no problem with that. But I'd still ask you why. Like, why must it be at the cutoff at sentience? And then I'll also ask you to really flush out or define what sentience fundamentally means.
So that's why I don't
Sentience is-
cut off sentience because of like even vines. Plants move in a certain way, and they can move in different ways. They don't have to move in a particular way. They can do, like I said, sunflowers, vines. They all grow, which benefits them.
I'm pretty sure sentient is like trees are sentient. We're sentient is anything that reacts with the environment around it, or like interacts with the environment around it in some sort of way. I think that's what sentient is. Sentient is
No, I just want to point out why the rocks, right? Like, so for example, like I don't know if this fucks your head up as much as it did when I first thought about this, but like, if a rock is subjected to a certain amount of pressure and it bursts, why do the shards remain the shards of that particular rock and not just turn into water, like Eric said? Like once let's say it's become overwhelmed with pressure in this particular system, why even preserve itself in any meaningful sense, right? By bursting into shards as opposed to just turning into water or just fucking evaporating, right? It's been overcome with energy. I can understand that, like when something is overcome, a system's overcome, it collapses or it explodes or implodes. It responds in a particular way, but then the remnants of that, why do they remain? Such that, like, if you were to recompose the rock, theoretically, you'd have something that would approximate the former rock in form, but not necessarily in constitution. So, like, that kind of question, I think, is metaphysically interesting to the degree that, like, there's some interesting inferences being made about like the nature of like the energy that's keeping the rock together, that it has some kind of instructional property for that rock.
Yeah.
And if it has an instructional property for that rock, it means that it's also responding to some kind of instructional property of the energy that overwhelmed the system in the first place.
But that's your built-in presupposition, right? You're assuming that there's some type of intention into your why question. Why does the rock do this? Why does the rock do this? Like it has some intention to do what it does. But it doesn't though. The rock is what a rock is, bro.
But
Rocks do what rocks do because rocks are rocks.
So why are rocks rocks?
Now that's a metaphysical question. I'm gonna go over and say God because that's what I believe. I believe in God. But listen, but the question, why is it like that? It's a built-in presupposition of intention. That's why you're asking the why question, because you think that there's some intention behind why the rock is why the rock is.
There's I feel like
I'm saying the question is loaded.
Don't you think intelligence implies some sort of intentionality?
You said what? Say it again.
Don't you think intelligence implies intentionality or intention or no?
Yeah, but then define intention.
Because I could say that the rock intends to remain a rock even when overwhelmed by a system such that the shards like remain sort of like constitutionally similar to what it formerly was before it exploded or imploded.
No, it wouldn't be the rock.
Like, and the question is like, why?
It wouldn't be the rock, right? It would be the properties that hold the rock together, or the properties, the physical properties by which the rock like exists.
No, Louis, I'm with you. I'm just saying that you could theoretically argue, and I do, that there's some kind of divine intention to keep that rock a rock.
Okay,
do you think rocks have intent?
That's kind of where I was like, okay, that makes sense when you were on, like, when you said your last submission. I was like, okay, yeah, then I see where, I think, Nathan, didn't we have a conversation like this before? This seems familiar. I forget.
You see that feeling you got right now?
Yeah.
You bring that feeling, but apparently I lost the debate against fucking Timothy because he had better insults. This is what I fucking do about this space.
Huey, let me ask you this question though. Do you think rocks have intent?
Intent? That was the conversation. It was the rock.
Yeah, but you don't need.
That's for Huey. That's for Huey.
No, but you don't need intent though, to be considered intelligence, right? I think.
You need intentions, right? Because you guys are assuming the rock. Why doesn't the rock? Why doesn't the rock do this? Why doesn't the rock do that?
To explain why.
Not under my framework. No, not all things need intentionality to be considered intelligent, right? You can have things that aren't intentional and that could be considered intelligence, right? That's why I said that there's levels of intelligence, right? Where things have higher forms of intelligence, that those will be the ones that have intentionality, right? But things that don't, those will be lower or basic forms of intelligence.
What would make them intelligent then?
Oh wait,
the ability to receive and process information.
They're not processing it. They're not receiving. They're reacting to the environment.
That's receiving.
Yeah. And that reaction is
Listen, it's only receiving information to a medium, right? To someone to be able to view and transcribe what they see. So two rocks interacting with each other. The rock isn't taking that information and interpreting that information or anything. The rock is just reacting. You, as an outside observer, you're the one
how do you know that that's the case, right? If you didn't observe it.
Because it's a rock.
Yeah, but you're like presupposing that it's not happening. Like that's when you fall short. It's like you're saying that.
You're saying that. So you're saying, look. You're saying that a rock is intelligent simply because it can react to its environment.
Absolutely.
Oh.
What if the rock doesn't have intentions, but nature has intentions for the rock?
In that case, ice is intelligent simply because it can melt.
That is true.
It's a chemical reaction.
Ice isn't the thing. It's the water. The ice is just water, right? But they receive information to turn itself and rearrange its atoms to form these crystal structures that make it ice.
What do you mean turn itself? It can't just do it alone.
No, you're right. But it received information to do it.
No. Wait, but Eric, do you hear the inference that Nathan is making? The fact that he said that means that, like, you're presupposing, Nathan, that there needs to be some degree of autonomy before you could ever consider something intelligent, right?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Okay. So are computers intelligent?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
But I don't think that I don't think that like a hard drive is
like
intelligent.
Okay, is AI a thing that you?
Yeah, it's
not a hard drive, an operating system.
It's not. Yeah, it's artificial intelligence.
But it's intelligence, though.
I'm agreeing with you.
Trying to do
but it's not autonomous.
Scotsman, the no true intelligence fellow.
That's where I'm trying to leave. Like, so because I have no problem with if that's how you're constraining intelligence. If you believe like autonomy is a necessary like factor for intelligence, no problem, right? We can play that particular game, but then we now need to necessarily like solve the determinism problem, right? The minute we introduce or autonomy or some kind of like necessary agentic nature to a thing, in order for it to have consistent intelligence, we now need to reconcile. Yeah, we need to reconcile like the upper and lower bounds of like agency.
Listen, a rock has information, right? You can decode the information from a rock. But just because a rock has information doesn't mean that it's intelligent.
And it responds to its own information.
No.
Is it not? Is the fact of it not continuing to be a rock not response to the information that it is a rock?
I don't know what that means. Can you use like different words to describe that?
A rock is a rock, right?
Yes. Can a rock stop being a rock?
Yeah.
That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can ground up rocks into like small particles that wouldn't be a rock anymore.
Sure, but you can also melt it, right? You could melt it, and then at that point it becomes a liquid or becomes something else altogether. You can melt it so much that like it even starts to evaporate to some degree and starts to release the molecules or atoms that composite it as a rock or whatever. But then the question is, what's telling it not to do all of those things on its own? And you could say it's the energy in the system, but then energy has
atomic structure.
Sure.
What's holding it from just exploding on its own or just turning into something totally different?
It's atomic structure.
Yeah, but like we understand that. But what's keeping it in that form?
The atoms that it consists of.
Yeah, but the atoms rearrange themselves in a certain pattern. That's what I'm saying. What's keeping it that way?
Well, let me ask you another question, Louis. Okay, Louis and Eric, think about this for a second, right? We're saying that like with enough energy, a rock would melt and turn into something else. Or let's say, for example, a rock can even turn into glass, theoretically, right? Like if you grind it up, then remelt it and do all of these other things with enough energy.
Yes.
If you took a rock and gave it 6 billion years, theoretically, it would have absorbed enough energy to do all of that on its own. But why didn't it?
Wait, what do you mean? It would have absorbed enough energy.
Wouldn't it have absorbed enough energy? Like the sun, so the sun being the producer of energy and the output of energy, why wouldn't the rock just save up all of that energy to essentially become a fucking
I think that transformation of sandstone to glass happens under extreme heat. I'm not sure if correlation is a factor that matters as long as
you get that extreme heat number?
I don't know. Let me look it up actually.
Okay, wait. While he's looking that up, I got something to say real quick.
You can save it. You can save it. But look,
please stop.
Yes.
Like what?
Nah, you stop.
One minute.
Rock
look.
glass was heated to very high temperature, generally above 1100 degrees Celsius to 1200 degrees Celsius.
Now, Huey, look. Let's say we put a rock in a vacuum and we give it 1 million years. Nothing would happen, bro.
Nathan.
Okay, but why? Like the interesting questions here are the why. Real quick, Louis. If you're saying is that. So, okay, just give me a second, ASB. I promise I'm a cater floor for you. Real quick, Louis. What I'm saying is, 6 billion years ago, you had a rock, right?
Yes.
And in theory, that rock was receiving, let's say, 10 units of energy from the sun every single day. Why not just save up each of those 10? I got 10 from the sun yesterday. I got 10 from the sun the next day. I got 10 from the sun, and I just keep doing all of that, right? And then ultimately turn into fucking glass, promote myself into glass. Rocks don't behave that way, right?
Rock doesn't have a brain. It doesn't have the ability to think. Okay, what is it? If it isn't on topic, ASB, you're gonna push me off.
So bad.
Don't be mean, Nathan. Nathan, don't be mean.
No, let ASB run us up myself. Go ahead, ASB. Let ASB go. Let ASB go right quick. Come on, Louis. Let her go. Go ahead.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you. you, Huey, Louie, whatever. Okay. Number one, I had a fantastic birthday. Thank you all for wishing me a great birthday. Thank you for being assholes too. But the biggest thank you was to Eric. You know why? Eric.
You did this, Louie. You stopped talking for him. Thank you, Louie.
Happy birthday,
What Eric did?
Now I just know not to listen to you.
That wasn't even a minute. Okay?
Yeah, what did Eric do?
So Eric was a liar.
Oh, we knew that.
Manipulated things.
Oh, we knew that. Trust me. All of us knew that.
And I mean, I'm not saying I didn't know, but I wasn't asking for shit. He was like,
you know what his job is? He's a professional. He gets paid a lot.
I'm not a punk bitch, right? So, anyway, but you, Eric, he got marked. All I know, the things that I remember from, yesterday was a birthday. I remember who I marked, and he is one of them. You're marked.
And me, as usual.
I mean, you were, but I don't know, man. Like, I kind of took it bad. But no, yeah, you, like, I want to like you, Tally, but this is like, I can't. You just.
Your mind is telling you no, but your body.
You pissed motherfuckers off on purpose or something.
Niggas wanna like Tally.
Your mind is telling you yes, but your body is telling you.
And that's fine. Because if I don't like you, I won't fucking like you. And it's just
that's
that.
A fact.
I'm not gonna go there.
But
anyway,
that's
what I had to say. That's what I had to say. And
do I look biracial in my PTR? It's an artist rendering.
Yeah.
No, don't give a fuck either.
Angie,
or do I look monoracial?
It's the shit like that.
Angie, do you have any comments about whether rocks have intelligence?
Wait, check it out.
Yup, you cried too much, Eric. We go back.
Nathan did it.
Goddamn,
I was curious as to why
Okay, ASB, Nathan is gone, so I may take some freedoms. So please calm yourself so that we can continue the conversation.
No, fuck that. Like, I don't give a fuck if he was here or not.
1 second though. ASB, please.
No, 1 second.
Please, I'm just asking, so just please, one second, please.
Yes, Marie.
But Huey, I was curious as to why the sun actually doesn't turn the earth into glass. It's actually, I didn't know the answer to that. But apparently it's three factors. One being it's not hot enough at the surface of the earth, and that's due to the second factor, which is the earth's atmosphere, which acts as a protective shield, reflecting and absorbing much of the sun's energy. And also the distance of the sun. So it says the sun is incredibly hot at about roughly 5,500 Celsius to 9,900 Celsius degrees Fahrenheit at the surface. But Earth is about 93 million miles away. By the time the solar radiation reaches us, it's spread out and not concentrated enough to melt rock.
So that doesn't solve the problem, and I'll explain why.
Okay.
There's a guy, YouTuber. It's kind of fun. It's mindless scrolling or whatever. But like he does this thing where he takes a giant magnifying glass, points it at different objects, and melts it, and then it like changes it. Like he calls it a solar death ray.
Right.
Anyway, you could you could do that because he's done this with different rocks and turned them into lava, and then turned them into something else, and he's merged them with different things. The point that I was making though was this. There is a system in which the rock receives a certain amount of energy, but if it's not enough energy, it's not going to change its constitution. In fact, like a lot of energy is going to get lost, bouncing off the rock, X, Y, and Z, right? That's another factor that's I guess not factored in. That like the rock is also losing energy to some degree, right?
But like in a theoretical system where there is like zero energy, the rock would still remain the rock. But then if put it enough energy, the rock turns into something else. That's the point that I was trying to make. And my question is, why does the rock not hoard that energy over time to then have the necessary constituent energy to change its own constitution?
I guess
right?
that just
and what I'm saying
follows.
That was aggressive. Okay, no. The point that I was making, Louis, is that like I agree with you. The rock might need, let's say, 50, 100 Celsius, whatever the unit is, right, to change from one state to another. But what I'm also saying is that if you give it enough time, it would have gone. It would have. Sure, whatever.
No, Kelvin is more scientific. That's like the science unit.
But like what I'm saying is, over time, it would have received that in aggregate. If you take the temporal sort of like element out of it, if you think about it for a second, over a rock's lifetime, over billions of years, it's fair to say it's received way more than that, right?
Right.
Right. So
then why did
Huey sound like he about to pass the fuck out. That's fine. Whatever y'all got going about rocks and shit, that's cool. I like it.
I think Huey.
But what I'm saying
is
that
when
like
when I explain my framework, they're not operating within my framework. They keep switching back to their arbitrary, like supposed definition of what intelligence is. Right, instead of like understanding where I'm coming from when I define intelligence.
I'm trying to I guess go through the process of like trying to figure out precisely why it is you can say so confidently that rock isn't intelligent. And ultimately what I think the conclusion is going to be is that like intelligence is like a subjective projection thing. So we can project onto objects into the universe and decide that these are what these things are. But like in the final analysis, if we didn't exist, right, if there was no observer, these things are indeterminate, right? And who's to say that like there's any real distinction or difference between, let's say, a rock and the water? Because when something is zoomed out far enough, even the universe is one thing, right? Which is interesting. I find that interesting.
So what it looks like you're doing, Eric, is like you're looking at it. You're the observer looking at it, and you're putting intentions on it. You're saying because the makeup of this, the makeup of that, therefore it appears intelligent. I'm going to claim that it's intelligent.
Yeah, that's what you're doing.
That's what you're doing.
You're doing the same thing.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're observing it and saying, right, we see this, so therefore it's not intelligent.
Wait, Huey, you were saying the Earth has. You're saying there's something that makes the Earth. I think you got cut off. I was listening. You said there's something that makes it so that even though the Earth has been absorbing all this energy for billions and billions of years, it still its form has remained intact for the most part.
No, yes, to some degree, Louis.
It hasn't transformed into something else.
Yeah, sure. Well, I wasn't looking at the Earth as a whole because I don't want to do that because then like it's gonna get into the weeds. But I'm using the rock. It's an analogy. This isn't like a scientific discussion. It's an analogy, right? So what I'm saying is there is something about the rock that to some degree, and this is a loaded word, so brace yourself. That to some degree knows not to respond to all kinds of energy across times all the time. It knows to respond to an input of X amount in order to change, as opposed to an aggregate amount of that same input, if that makes sense. The rock knows to respond to 1100 degrees Fahrenheit in a single moment, as opposed to 1100 degrees Fahrenheit over time. Like the rock knows something. And I'm using that loosely here. Okay?
I know you're using it loosely, but I still want to explore what you mean by it.
I don't think you should have used the word nose. That throws them off.
No, no. I use the word nose just so that like there's a trail off point, but never mind. Okay, I shouldn't have used the word.
No,
what I'm saying is,
I get what you're trying to say, but then like you say nose, that kind of begs a question of like how much?
What's up, old man?
Like, let me ask you a question. Wait. If rocks have zero intelligence, why do we even bother saying like somebody's dumb as a rock? Because the implication there is that like they're so dumb that their intelligence is comparable to a rock.
No,
Exactly.
it's no.
The question is, why the fuck are we?
What I
Y'all
take
talking
that
about
expression
Dumb
to
as a
mean,
void. Where there's nothing.
what I take that expression to mean is that has no intelligence. Like he's as dumb as a rock. A rock.
A rock can only react to his environment, right? But we as humans, the reason why we.
But hold on, just real quick. People could have said dumb as nothing, because nothing has no intelligence too.
Right.
The point of the phrase "dumb as a rock" is to make a comparison.
I think the statement's meant to add to it's a little humorous, right? Like the void is like, oh no, it's not funny as saying a rock because it's just like shit. It's like that rock over there. I don't know. It's just like I think that's more for like colorful, like to color. It's like just like a funny phrase. He's as dumb as a rock. It's not. I don't know.
So somebody who's dumb as a rock is really dumb, but what about somebody who's dumb as a carbon?
A carbon?
A carbon.
I wouldn't. It's just a strange phrase, but I would. If someone were to say that, I would think the same thing. I would think he's saying that person's really stupid and not intelligent.
Yeah, but that's a given because dumb has already been used.
But then I would always say, like, if you say someone say he's dumb as like a fucking fish, and it's like, okay, I also would think, oh, he's saying that person's stupid, and we would agree fish have some sort of intelligence.
Dumb as Einstein, that tells you that like I think Einstein is stupid as well, but like just maybe that we live in a higher standard, like, right?
No, it could also just be a compliment. Just be saying he's as dumb as Einstein. It's like, oh, we all understand Einstein isn't dumb, so.
Oh, so it's okay. So here's the interesting thing. It's a compliment if you ascribe intelligence to the thing we're saying you're as dumb as, but it's an insult if we don't ascribe intelligence to the thing we're saying you're as dumb as.
Right.
And then the question then becomes, on the basis of what do we ascribe the intelligence? And that's what we're talking about.
Louis, do you think that there's levels of intelligence though?
Of intelligence, like, yeah, I think like a fish has a different level of intelligence than maybe. And does amoeba, or do they have brains? Are they intelligent?
No, yeah, don't fall into the Nathan trap. Brains aren't indicative of intelligence. I'm just saying, do you believe that like there's certain levels of intelligence from the highest form to the most basic form?
Yeah, I probably would lean towards that. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So look, under my form of like reasoning that I'm using, right? You have humans, or like on the upper end of the scale when we're measuring intelligence. Then you have rocks, right? You're like near the lowest form of intelligence, like the most basic form, right? Can you because like to me, there's no such thing as absolutely no intelligence. Like at any given time, there's always like even like the most minimum form of intelligence.
Like artificial intelligence doesn't require sentience for you to still acknowledge it as intelligent. So why does everything else? I guess is my question.
Wait, well, I'm sorry. One more time.
artificial intelligence doesn't require sentience for you to consider it a form of intelligence. So why does everything else?
Not Huey having y'all in a choke.
No, I don't think. I think. Wait, you saying artificial doesn't require sentience in order for us to consider it intelligence?
Yep.
Well, artificial intelligence is basically just like human intelligence compiled, and it's like based on whatever prompt you get. It spits like pre-recorded stuff back at you. So I guess like we say it's intelligence in a way, maybe it's more of just a name thing. It's just it's close. It's the closest thing to what we would approximate. It's the closest thing to what we would consider intelligence outside of the human form. So maybe that's why we just call it that. I don't know if.
Like, so only humans are intelligent?
Right now, it's hard to jump over to the other side if you guys can't define what type of what intelligence is.
I already told you.
In your framework.
Look, in my framework, all it is
I feel like you're describing what it feels like, or like.
No, it has nothing to do with feels. Look, it's the ability to receive and process information. Like, it doesn't matter how large or like how complex. It can be like the
what
most.
What does process mean? You're using these words that.
Right. Did that mean to like so say like you put your hand in the sun, right? And your arm feels the heat. That's your arm responding to the heat, correct?
Those are your neurons responding
it's receiving energy and it's responding to it, correct?
And sending synapses back to your brain. Yes.
Is that not responding to the energy?
Yes.
Okay. Let's use
something happening, and that's like actually something physically happening. Like neurons, there's heat energy transferred. Neurons are firing. Synapses are firing through your neurons to your brain to send you the sensation of pain.
Exactly. Right. So your neurons are responding. Right. Based on the input from energy, which energy is the information, the medium information. Right. So let's just switch out the arm. Let's say you put a piece of glass, right, in the sun. The glass receives the sunlight, which is energy, and the glass then decides to melt. Right? It's processing that information it's receiving.
The glass doesn't decide to melt. It's not a decision.
I'm not saying it's deciding to melt. That's not what I'm
Just
saying.
like the rock doesn't think.
I didn't say think either. You're presupposed to know what I'm saying.
Huey said something earlier. It's stupid.
Yeah. I'm not using the word think. I didn't say decide.
Let me just demonstrate how. If the rock could not think, Monica, then it wouldn't have gone from a base level career in the WWE to ultimately becoming champion.
Wow.
I'm just saying it doesn't have to think or it doesn't have to decide. All it is responding to input. This is how when Louis said with AI, when you input something to AI, you get something out. That is the AI responding to the input of information. They receive the information, and then they processed it to give you something out. And then he said, yes, it's considered a form of intelligence.
With AI, we've modeled it to do that. I'm saying, like, how do you say, how for instance, does a shard of glass process the sun, like what when you say, I feel like you're using, like, new terms need to be invented to coin the ideas you guys are saying, because when you say process, I'm thinking of an action. It's like, okay, it's taking in information and processing that. sorting through this information.
It's decoding the information, right? So, like in a rock sample.
So what? So you're saying the atomic, whatever the atomic reaction that goes on in let's say a spot of sand to make it go from sand to glass when met with extreme heat. You're saying the qualities that make it such that sand turns to glass under extreme heat, that's sand processing?
Absolutely, yeah.
But I would just say those it's just bound to like the physical laws and
bound by what though? Bound by what?
It's like water at 212 degrees. It doesn't decide to boil.
I'm not saying decide. Why do you
I don't know by what. I don't know by what. If I knew that, I'd be God. If I could.
Exactly, that you don't know. That's my question.
But I'm just saying. But you're making definitive statements. I'm not.
No, I'm saying no. This is just a theory. I'm not saying it's subjective, bro.
You're saying that things. You're saying everything has intelligence. I'm just questioning that claim. I'm not making any claim. Strong claim.
No, I'm saying. Go ahead.
Am I off here? Like, set me, because I feel like I'm asking the right questions.
There's important semantic distinctions that, like, I feel like we're not taking seriously. So, for example, I know it sounds silly to say that water decides to do X, Y, and Z, or that, like, a process. So, Louis, if I took
I'm not getting
sand
hung up with the word. I understand. Go ahead, please.
No, I just want to demonstrate it. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just trying to demonstrate something or illustrate something. If I took sand and melted it myself, right, and turned it into glass, we could all agree that I processed the sand and turned it into glass, right? Like, it wouldn't be an incorrect like use of the semantics there, right?
Sure.
Okay. And if that process of that same thing happened independent of me, that's still a process. When I use the word process, because you need us to define process for a second, I'm constraining it this way, right? Or I'm defining process this way. A set of, let's say, events that lead to the original state of a given thing being different in the final analysis. That's all a process really is, fundamentally. The in-between from one state to another. That's a process, right? And if we're saying that, like, processing information is intelligence, then most things go through that process.
It's not a decision. They don't have a choice. It just does it for the laws of nature that it does it. It doesn't decide.
The inference and entailment of what you're saying is that there has to be an agentic nature for something to be considered intelligent.
Define agentic.
Agentic as in agency, as in autonomous.
I would consider a process some sort of like a structured sequence that transforms any given input into a certain output.
Is photosynthesis a process?
It's a structured sequence. Yes, yes. The sun, the energy is absorbed from the sun to the chlorophyll in the plant. To the chlorophyll in the plant, and that's like processed within the plant and transferred to it's a process, a structured process, a structured sequence. Yeah, it takes an input. That takes an input, which is sun's energy, and into an output, which is food for the plant.
Is a rock turning into a diamond a process?
Inputting takes an input of heat, not sequence. I don't know. I guess the molecular bonds transformed in some way. So yeah, sure.
So we agree that we're on the same page with process, and so how Eric is defining it and how I'm also kind of defining it here is that like if you define intelligence as the I guess a process of some kind of like taking in information and outputting, responding to it and
I'm
outputting
working off
something.
my definition though. Yeah, but those two examples.
Fair enough. What is your definition?
A structured sequence that takes any given input and gives a certain output.
Oh no, then we're working on the same definition. Then what is your definition of intelligent?
Intelligent?
Yeah.
I would say intelligent.
Because the way me and Eric are working is, Eric, correct me if I'm wrong, we're treating intelligence as a type of process, right? It's subsumed within the category of process in general, right?
Correct.
I think intelligence, I would say something like it's something more complex. It's something more deliberate. I think it requires a brain. Like, is that what Nathan was saying earlier?
Okay. So then
does AI have a brain? And you admitted that as a
I don't think AI is intelligence. I think it's a emulation of intelligence. We all agree like it hasn't quite. I don't even think we're that close to something that like is truly like sentient and independent of human input.
Okay, what about single-celled organisms? They don't have brains.
Okay, single-celled organisms?
Yeah,
I wouldn't consider those intelligent.
Really?
No, they just react. They just are.
Could it be that these are speaking to like intelligent design? If like by way of being able to hold its structure, it has some marker for intelligence that you guys were fleshing out, even if it's not the kind of intelligence that causes it to be able to engage with its surrounding. Like, yeah, intelligence.
I think what Tally said is perfect. You guys, all you guys are pointing to is that there's some sort of intelligent design around these things in such a way that, like, if certain inputs are given, we get certain outputs, and maybe there's, like, I don't think that says that thing is intelligent, though. I think maybe you could say, or maybe whatever governs or created these laws by which these things are bound is intelligent, maybe. But I don't know. I can't see.
I'm saying, I don't know about Eric, but I think we're on the same page, me and Eric. I'm saying that intelligence is a type of process, and that the thing we'd be looking for when determining intelligence is like the processing of information specifically, not just information specifically, right? And so what I'm saying is that there's clearly some kind of information contained within material objects that allows them to maintain their structure, form, shape, all of these other things. I'm not suggesting an agentic nature to like material objects, though. I think what's happening is y'all are sort of like presupposing that there necessarily has to be some kind of agentic nature in order for you to consider it intelligence, which is fine by me, but then I'm testing that. I'm testing like the upper and lower bounds of that. Like, to what degree does something have to be agentic for it to even contain any kind of intelligence, and how are you sort of like constraining like something's agentic nature? Because then I could point out that like a rock has agency to the degree to the degree to which when it explodes under pressure, for example, it still maintains shards of itself as opposed to like, completely devolving into something else, like completely just disappearing or evaporating, or like there's still constituent sort of like information contained within the shards of the rock to maintain that like form as much as possible, right? There's an information exchange that's happened even within the energy exchange. I'm just saying it's very, I'll be honest. I like these discussions because it's very, very difficult to disagree with, and that's what's really the best of chillism. Nathan, I just want to say, when you invite your prison philosophers and your dirty trailer park trash people, just know that you.
Oh my bad, go ahead.
No, I was fucking around.
Prison philosophers, really good. When you invite the prison philosopher.
No, I'm just saying. No. I'm just saying that Nathan must never forget that like these conversations don't necessarily kill the room.
They don't, not if the right people are having them. But I would only say that the reason that The Rock maintains its quote-unquote rockness when it's exploded or something is because it's just governed by the laws of physics. And like, according to physics, for some reason, like, The Rock maintains that structure. Now, you could say physics, I think you could say, like, the existence of physics, that physics is constant and doesn't change as far as we know. That's evidence of intelligent design, but I don't think these little rock
so you're
is
saying The Rock is able to perceive and decode the laws of physics
and respond to it?
No, wait. Perceive. You're using these words. Perceive in what? Perceive in that. No. I think you have to use these words that are already loaded to fit the concept you guys are trying to paint. But I don't think you can use those words. I don't think you can use perceive because perception is something I think necessitates neurons. Necessitates an observer.
Okay, then
who could actually take in a meaningful way the information or the stimuli that's receiving.
No, that's not perception. I'm not perception, observation. Like
you said perception.
Observation, like in like a very human-oriented way instead of just looking at it like in its totality.
What? Run that back. I'm sorry.
Hold on, I was playing dominoes game. I'm saying that like you're using observation and perception like a very human-oriented way instead of like using the words like in its totality without like depending on like human like biases or like not biases but yeah, well yeah, I'll go bias.
What the fuck y'all talking about?
You remember the Rock conversation where like it has a level of intelligence?
Yeah, I brought it up.
You were discussing that, yeah, and Louis and Nathan and Monica don't believe that it has a level of intelligence.
It doesn't. I mean, they're right. It's a mindless intelligence. It doesn't compute anything. I guess if you don't believe that, you would argue, at the quantum level, rocks and other things are made up of substances that do whatever, blah blah blah. But again, that doesn't translate to mass objects on the general relativity level. So you can't use what happens in the micro to talk about what happens in the macro. At the macro level, with mass objects, rocks do not compute anything. They don't process anything. There's no sort of substance about it that has any level of thinking, right? And that's okay because there are objects like animals and others that do compute things, that are able to process at least some level of information and then act accordingly. We see that in cells. Again, we see that in animals. We see that in our information systems with computers.
and other things.
Solomon, I think you're wrong. I think sand, when heated to the temperature, decides to turn into glass.
Yeah, now we're just
Yeah, that's not good. So I get why you would think that. That's so. When I say a level of processing information, I mean the ability not to transform into something. That's not what I'm referring to, Monica. I'm referring to your ability to ingest or input some distinction and then act in accordance with that thing. I'm not talking about your ability to transform into something else. That's not what I'm referring to. Do you see the difference? Like transforming, for instance, a sun transforming into a black hole is that's not processing information. That's just an inherent ability that it has. I'm talking about when an animal sees a tree or an enemy and the instinct to run, right? That's an input. Enemy, process, compute, run. So that's what I'm referring to when I say a rock doesn't have a level of intelligence or an ability to compute.
I don't know why you're hating on the rock so much. It's noticeable. He is a multi-talented actor, athlete, wrestler. Not too much hate on.
Wait, let me say one more thing.
If you think a rock has intelligence, you are a rock.
No, bro.
Let me say one more thing.
You're not understanding it, Matt. Right? And this is like where like the human biases come in. Where I'm not saying that it has intelligence on the same level as humans, right? I'm saying if you break it down, like intelligence was like the most basic form. Right? I'm saying that it has, right? Because in my framework, I'm defining intelligence or the ability to be considered intelligent is to receive and process information. That's it, right? And under that framework,
that is literally my definition.
And under that framework, rocks receive and process information.
That is not true. No, Eric, this is literally. This is my frame. I've been working on this for 10 years. You are wrong. Rocks do not process information.
Before you can you define information?
Yes, I just did distinction.
No, Eric.
Oh, Eric. Okay, I was gonna say, don't tell me. This is what I do.
That's a good question, Nick.
Information to me is just like a set of code or instructions.
That's a type
a set of code or instructions?
Yeah.
Yes, he's right, but but he's not getting at the core of it.
So information is a set of code of instructions.
So instructions.
Say it again?
Are instructions.
He's right.
Okay.
It's
so
not
what are the instructions the rock receives? What are the code the rock receives?
It could be in the form of like heat, gravity, temperature, or like
it's not cold though.
No, it is universal.
How's it cold?
The universe is sending the end universe is sending.
Yeah, this is a philosophical conversation.
He's saying heat.
They're trying to have.
Yes, it is. Energy is cold. What are you talking about?
No, it's not. So again, you're conflating. I get, Eric. I do understand why you're saying what you're saying, but you're making it's a category error. You're simply making a category error. It is the case that there's a transforming of the format that is certain elements, but you're conflating that with algorithms or instructions that something can input. When you heat up a rock and it turns into lava or a molten substance, that's not it receiving information and saying, okay, now I'm going to turn into lava. No, it's an automatic a transform or something that happens.
You're assuming what you're conflating.
Hold on, Aaron. You're conflating that.
No, I'm not. You're implying that I'm conflating. I didn't say that it decides to turn into something. I never said that. I'm saying that once it sees the information, it follows the information.
Eric, when you say a set of instructions, which I agree with, when you say that though, that is different from a transforming process that does not need an instruction. What you're conflating is God pre-programming parameters for how things are going to change with the different set of instructions, which is, hey, this thing can take or input its environment or ingest a set of like values and then make a decision based off of that.
You're implying that I'm saying that. I'm not saying that.
Eric, can I ask you a question to clarify? Do you think the ability to make decisions equal intelligence?
No, I'm not saying The Rock is making a decision, bro. You guys are like,
no.
Like too much.
So how do you define intelligence then?
I literally just said it like.
Bro, you are, bro. You said, why doesn't it choose to change? Why doesn't it do this? But built into your questions, you had that. Why doesn't it try to do this?
Listen to the definition.
It's more. He's speaking to
All
more of
I'm
a
saying
metaphysical idea of intelligence.
Intelligence is the ability to receive and process information. That's it. Like, just work with that. Don't imply when I say that.
Yes, I know that. Like, Eric, again, you haven't answered my objection. You haven't. I do. It's literally what I do.
No, wait. I think Eric
is conflating two categories.
Hold on a second. What is the purpose of receiving information if you cannot interact with the information to create a decision?
No, you don't need to make a decision. It's still following a set code that it already has.
Hold on, Eric, I got you.
You think the rock receiving heat is following information to molten?
Yes.
Or is it a byproduct of the heat itself?
No, the heat is the information that is being transmitted, right?
Right.
And then once the rock interacts with the heat, right, i.e. receiving, then it goes on from there. Then it follows the process of what's supposed to happen.
But I don't see the intelligence here because
because you're not operating within my framework. You're operating within your own established framework.
So you made up a framework.
No, I didn't.
This is from a metaphysical framework perspective. It's more of a metaphysical.
No, look up. Look at our.
It's not even metaphysical, bro. This is just
because I'm trying to understand. Okay, so interacting with something is intelligence. I'm trying to simplify this so I can understand where Eric is coming from. Is the mere interaction between two subject intelligence?
Yes, it's a level of intelligence.
Oh yeah, I very much.
Yeah, it's the lowest level. It's zero intelligence.
No, look. So and this is like what they're doing, Matt. Is they trivializing the word intelligent.
Yeah,
everything is intelligent at this point.
Exactly.
No. Everything has an intelligence level.
Yeah, everything is intelligent.
No, I didn't say that. I said
no. You did say that. You just said that.
Level. The word is level. The problem is Eric is making the mistake of thinking there's not a zero intelligence level. What he's trying to say is a rock turning into is at least 0.1 or above zero, and we're all arguing no. That it's zero. There's zero intelligence when it comes to a rock.
So you're putting intelligence on the spectrum.
Oh, yo.
Yes, man. There's zero all the way up to God. There's zero intelligence all the way up to infinity intelligence, which God sits at the top, and then a rock sits at the bottom. Does that make sense?
Okay. Now, I mean,
so you're talking on a scale.
On a scale or a spectrum.
I told you, this is literally my.
I think at that point, you and Eric have reconciled the differences because now Eric would be right to say that a rock has intelligence if you put it on a scale.
No,
it's zero, man. Just to make sure.
It's effectively saying a
If
rock.
it's zero, then it doesn't have any intelligence.
Yeah. Correct, Nathan. I agree.
We're on the same page.
That's what we do.
Nah, so everyone's disagreeing with Eric then.
Yes, exactly. And
that's fine, right? Just look up.
Huey had left Eric out to get jumped. That's kind of fucked up.
No, but look, listen. I didn't need help. I didn't need help.
Huey wasn't in it. Huey was just helping out Eric.
No, I didn't need help. I didn't need help.
You give him the friendly talk.
Nathan, when I first met Huey, I had this conversation with Huey. I had this with him. When I first met him, I had this conversation with him.
No, but hear me out though, Matt, because Matt and you guys are understanding. You think this is my framework? No, this is already an established framework, right? Just look up panpsychism, right, by Alfred Northrup Whitehead.
No, listen, Eric.
So if you read up on that, you'll understand the framework that I'm.
Yeah, and he's wrong. Eric, I've read him about the
gentleman's name?
And I'm gonna be honest though, but that's the thing that we do, right? We think to just repeat what, but I don't think repeating terrible information doesn't make you right. It's just that you're repeating a bad information.
I'm not saying nothing is right,
listen,
bro.
I hear you, but I think the theory can be wrong.
I know that's why the theory.
Intelligence is
I have a theory too.
Okay, but why are you implying that I said that it was
no,
I didn't say
I'm not saying that, but I think we should be able to dismiss somebody's crazy fucking ideas that people have.
You know, people thought that about Einstein as well. That's retarded, bro.
So really quickly,
that's like a dumb argument because you think that it's nonsense.
Trust me, bro.
People thought that about Isaac.
Hey guys, I got some crazy shit in my head. I must have
They thought that all about it when they said the Earth wasn't flat. They thought he was crazy. When they said the universe, the Earth isn't in the middle, people thought he was crazy.
You're right. No, you're right.
It's retarded to say that we just did things that aren't like common sense.
I'm not saying all that.
I'm talking to Matt.
I saw it says panpsychism is the view that consciousness or mind-like qualities are fundamental and ubiquitous in the universe. It doesn't say everything is conscious like a human, but that everything has some degree of subjective experience, awareness, or even rocks, electrons, or atoms. Alfred North Whitehead was a British philosopher and mathematician who developed a metaphysical system called the process philosophy. And his version of panpsychism is rooted in that. Here are the key ideas from Whitehead. One, reality is not made of, quote, things, but of events and processes. So everything is in a state of becoming. Even a rock is a process, not a static object. So that's the first concept. The second, everything has, quote, experience at some level. Even subatomic particles have a kind of proto-consciousness. This is in quotes, a prehension or basic awareness of their environment. I feel like these words are loaded.
They're very loaded.
Yeah. 3, actual occasions, or this is in quote, actual occasions are the building blocks of reality. So these are likely tiny moments of experience or events that combine to form what we call matter or objects. 4, God is not a creator outside the world, but part of the world's ongoing becoming. Whitehead's philosophy is often called process theology when interpreted religiously. What this means for rocks. Whitehead's view, a rock is not, quote, dead matter in the traditional sense. It's a society of actual occasions, a structured bundle of micro-processes, each with some degree of responsiveness. The rock doesn't, quote, think, but the micro-level events within it might have flickers of experience, not thought, but feeling, reaction, becoming. This is radically different from scientific materialism, which sees the rock as inert and mindless, therefore non-intelligent. Summary, panpsychism says all of reality is made up of experimental events. Rocks aren't intelligent like brains, but they're deep structure particles in experience. This is a metaphysical claim, not a scientific one. It can't be tested or falsified, but it offers a different way to interpret the universe.
And that's the difference between our view and that view. So our view is scientific, that view is not. That view is more philosophical. So
Mac gotta make better arguments, bro. It's like dumb arguments. It was like because your theory is so controversial and like far fetched that we should just disagree with it and write it off. Like imagine if that was like the status quo. Imagine if that was just the status quo we went with all throughout history. The world would still be flat. The Earth would still be in the center of the universe. We wouldn't have the theory of relativity. Like we would just be retarded. Like if we want a mass idea of like just writing off theories that are like far fetched.
Yeah, but Eric, you can try to focus on that all you want. At the
definition
end of the day, I
far-fetched.
answered all your objections, and that is that.
Yeah, exactly. And
No, I'm not saying we can't argue about the
like I literally laid it all out.
That's not what I'm saying. I said
where you're making a mistake. I showed everyone where you're making a mistake. I laid it out clearly so they understood. So you can try to focus on that all you want, but at the end of the day, you got a clear objection.
Did you know that when a rock is under enough pressure to break it, it just decides to break into smaller rocks?
I didn't say decide. Like you're being this.
You can't even troll Barbara. Like, come on, man.
Now,
Eric, I think once we interact,
that was the argument, bro.
That wasn't
once
the
we
argument.
interact with a proposition, I think once we interact with a proposition, and we can clearly demonstrate that it is a, for lack of a better term, a dumb idea or a far-fetched idea, I think we should dismiss it.
Yeah, and that's a retarded idea, bro. Like
now,
that's a retarded idea.
Yeah, I think sometimes people come up with a lot of, ideas that, hey, if we act with it, if we interact with it, it shows some plausible, but, a rock being intelligent requires a change of definition for the word intelligent.
Agreed.
And this is why I'm having an issue with it. If we stay on the definition of it already established, listen, I'm okay creating a new word to describe the experience of the rock. But once we start taking already established definition and we change it to make it fit our, wild imagination,
that's kind of what I was saying earlier.
Right? And the thing is, this is like
the same thing that happened with all the other theories.
This is like, not necessarily.
On the planet, bro. What are we
not
talking
necessarily.
about?
Not necessarily,
that
right? Because this is like when people talk about sociology, they take already established word, then they create a new definition, and then created a new concept. And you're like, no, it doesn't fit. Create a new word so that we can understand properly what's being said. I agree with 90% of what Louis read. I think the rock does have experience. If I take the rock off the floor, put it in my pocket, and take the rock to Europe, well, that is an experience, right? Because I'm changing the rock's environment. So now the rock is interacting with a different environment. That is an experience. But that's not intelligence.
The rock is interacting with a new environment. The rock's not doing anything.
Oh my God.
It's not interacting with anything.
Are out of their depth in certain conversations.
It's ridiculous. You guys are bullshitting. Y'all are bullshit artists, and y'all practicing your bullshit on us.
I don't think it's that deep. I just think this is a different kind of conversation. I think there is credence that I'm not. Like when I'm reading, like. It says that it can't be falsified. So, like, this is ultimately just a philosophical conversation. And, like, I think, like, I agree. Like, I didn't. All I asked is when I was going back and forth with Huey and Eric, I was just trying to get, because I felt like the words that they were using to describe this concept, like, they were insufficient in a way because I feel like they loaded too much, but I understood the concept. I guess I understood the concept, but I don't know. It's a cool philosophical conversation. It's not like they're just talking out their ass. Like no, it's like I get it. I get what they're saying, but I just don't think intelligence is. I don't think intelligence is an appropriate way to define a rock.
Yeah, from your perspective. I just want to say, from my perspective, I felt like what I was doing was
unloading certain terms, because what I'm trying to point out is how loaded some of your terminology necessarily is, and when I point this out, everybody rejects it. Like when I point out that, like, oh, you're saying that a rock doesn't think, or X, Y, and Z, or can't make decisions. You're pointing to an agentic nature there, right? And you've actually loaded that, and it's like it's a prior that you approach the question with, like, but you don't realize how loaded it is to ask such a question in response to what we're saying. And what I'm saying is I'm taking like a reductivist view of like the semantics here, because Matt, I understand your objections. You believe in definitions and hard constraints on certain words, and that should be able to give us the full semantic overlay. And what I'm saying is it's actually not sufficient. Like a definition of a thing is not necessarily the same as the meaning of the thing itself, right? And if you can understand that distinction, you can understand why conversations like this are nearly endless and why they can be really fulfilling deep philosophical pursuits. So Louis, I'm saying I'm trying to offload, right, not load terminologies. Like it's literally the opposite of what I'm doing. I'm trying to offload what you mean when you say intelligence, for example. That's what process. Or information or process, right? I'm offloading that. I'm not actually loading it, right? Most people are responding with a loaded presuppositional understanding.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, here we go. If you're trying to correlate what you believe to reality, at some point in time, they have to converge or mesh or actually line up with what you're expressing. So they're absolutely in the right to ask for, if you're going to say something that's quote unquote intelligent, to ask for that to correlate with reality. And saying a rock has intelligence, that doesn't correlate. You know, so I think we also have to be honest about that.
In my anime, rocks are sentient.
Monica, it's funny you bring that up. Wait, hold on, Monica. That's what happens in my anime. See, the one thing that my anime deals with is this very conversation. Hold on, Hugh.
Let me just point out one thing. Just give me a second. There's an entailment from when Monica responds like that and when everybody else responds like that. You see, when you say, in my anime, rocks are sentient, right? And we've just had a conversation about intelligence, and I've asked this, and people say no, but then you treat it like sentience is necessary part of intelligence. Like, this is what the problem is. Like, I understand what everybody's saying about, like, how, oh, does it comport with reality? But what is reality? Like, that's another loaded term that you've never offloaded to, like, epistemologically, like, reconcile. Right? Like, this is...
We all know what reality is, bro.
Reality
is the experience of the external world.
Bro. I did want to say something.
Yes, we do.
That's what this
I was going to say something. I was going to say something.
But I know King was trying to say something after me, but I'll let you
So here's the thing. I think, and it's funny that I think Monica kind of said it in jest, but she kind of says something that is profound when you think about it, because there is a way to add intelligence to a rock, and we see that with our computers. We see that a lot of our computers are made of rocks, right? They are the hardware that you're able to infuse with software to make a thing compute. So technically, she's correct. She might have been joking. That's literally what my anime does deal with. It deals with the conversation of how do we add souls or software to things, and can we do that? And I would answer yes. God has allowed a world where we can do what He's done after Him, meaning we can add soul, add spirit, add software to the things around us. Whether they're rocks, whether they're plants, whether they're X, Y, and Z, that's what that's the age we're moving into, Huey, is the age of being able to add life to more than the things around us that we have as a default. So I don't think she realizes what she really said, but at the end of the day, I think God, that's what's special about us, is that we're made in His image in the sense that we can program things like He's done. Does that make sense? Because that's how I see it, at least.
No, but can I add to that? I don't think you understood the critique that I was having of what Monica said, right? I was putting it in context. Okay, what's the critique?
Your critique is that people assume that in order to be intelligent or sentient,
That's not my critique.
right?
that's not his critique. No.
I thought he said it's baked in there.
No, Nathan. It's the conscious agency, and it's the conscious agency, or the almost like the self-awareness of it, Nathan. But then you can say computers aren't self-aware, and they can compute. They can process information. They can process intelligence.
Huey was going to say his criticism with Monica's characterization of rocks have sentience.
So my actual critique my critique is that you fail to acknowledge that you are walking into conversations like this with the presuppositional base of definitions that haven't been fully epistemologically reconciled for yourself, such that when you are pushed or pressed back upon, you can't necessarily draw the distinction where intelligence starts and begins, the upper and lower bounds of that, without arbitrarily projecting onto that and acknowledging that that's what we're doing constantly, time and time again. And that there's a difference between the semantic landscape and the exercise of definition. There's an important distinction in those two processes. That's my critique.
I think
what Monica said specifically, just
no, for sure. It seems
what I'm
like
saying
this
Louis, this is a metacognitive epistemologic reconciliation of certain terms that you use in your day-to-day life, right? So when you guys talk about intelligence, I'm asking you a direct question. Is sentience a necessary feature or function of that? If you say no, there are implications and we can talk about those. If you say yes, I'm going to ask you why, and do you consider artificial intelligence the same thing if artificial intelligence is not sentient?
I already explained that to you. Right. That's literally what I just talked about.
Yeah, we said no, that wasn't his critique, and I just said the same thing. Maybe you just
said did not say the same thing.
No, you did say the same thing. You did. But Eric, I did answer you already. I already answered everything you just said.
Huey, I just said I think for
No, not those.
I said to define what we
those ones. You can leave those ones right here.
Nathan, you have my key.
Yeah.
I was saying to what I consider, what I think scientifically, what we consider intelligence requires a brain. It requires neurons. It requires a nervous system. And that definition that I'm appealing to is the ability to learn, adapt, make decisions, solve problems. That's what I would consider intelligence.
I would have to disagree with you.
So what would you call intelligence?
It's just an information processing system. That way you capture every level. Because when you put it like that, it's almost like you confine it only to a specific subset of reality rather than the phenomenon that's happening in all reality. So
but Louis, what I would say to that is I don't even know if I can agree or disagree with you because you've introduced loaded terms, and this is why I was saying what I'm doing is trying to offer. So
the ability to learn. Loaded or no?
Again, very loaded.
That's why I would say just information processing system. You can't say that that's loaded. Anything that can process information.
Okay. That's technically loaded, and we still have to look at it.
We went through the argument that is photos are plants intelligent then? Because they photosynthesis is a process, right?
Yeah, there you go. My bad, Louis. Yes, I would argue plants are going through. You said photosynthesis, right?
Yeah.
I would argue yes.
They are going through a process.
Say it again.
They're processing sunlight and turning it into energy.
Correct. And so I would argue it's a low level of intelligence, not a high level. Low level.
So here's my wait, hold on. Let me fast forward to the part you missed in this conversation.
Okay, cool.
I'm saying reductively, when all is said and done, the fundamental question for me has always been, does energy contain information? And it turns out it does. Io once spoke to an experiment that's done where energy is transferred from one cell to another, and then like there was something about like a directional change. And I found that fascinating. But here's the thing: even if you take that experiment aside, the question is, what is transferred when energy is transferred, right? Is it a matter of capacities, and are capacities in and of themselves informative in any kind of way? If that's the case, and I happen to be, that happens to be the case, I happen to believe that capacities are informative, because when energy is transferred from one place to another, capacities, information about capacities is exchanged, and as long as it's informative in any critical sense, information is always exchanged when energy is exchanged. Therefore, okay, when a rock receives energy, responds to it, right, processes it in such a way that like it changes the fundamental constitution of the rock in some meaningful sense, then it is receiving and processing information, not just energy. Yeah, hold on.
What
information that goes with
information?
energy.
What is information?
Distinction.
It's the energy. Keep going here.
It's the energy.
So information. What is information?
I just told you it's distinction. They don't know.
Huey, keep going.
What is that? What is information? Define what information is.
Because that's a good question.
Because when you say it's energy, then you conflate energy to be information. What is information?
We're both kind of trading like.
No, let Ayo do that. Let that white boy talk.
Then I'll answer the question.
Nah. Answer my question. You think talk something.
No. I'm not going to answer your question. You know
okay,
why?
be quiet then. I don't need you talking.
Once upon a time,
let the experts do it.
me,
I'm good.
Hey, don't ever.
Shut up.
I'm not going to learn anything from you, so that's why I'm not going to answer.
Move your ass down, bro. Shut up.
So, Huey, I want to hear the rest of it, Huey, please.
Huey, you mind defining information?
Come on.
Yeah, the point that I'm making is even the way you describe distinction, I like that. I have no problem with it.
Like this is my expertise. I don't know why y'all. This is literally my expertise.
It's also my expertise. Epistemologies and epistemics is my. But anyway, the point is this. Look. The point that I'm making, King, is this: that if you say it's distinction fundamentally, when it comes down to it, right? When the energy is exchanged from one, I understand. When the energy enters a new system in which a new distinction has to necessarily be carved out as a function of the presence of that energy, right? We're still coming down to an information exchange, however you slice it. So what I'm saying is like the change of state from one point to another is sort of like the demonstration that energy was exchanged, but also information was exchanged, such that the new state is sort of like the resultant of that information exchange.
I hear the issue and why I'm glad that you understand the fundamental definition of information is distinction, is that here you need to make a distinction in how the rock is ingesting this energy. It's not in a way that would be associated with a high level of intelligence or a level of intelligence to even speak of. So that's where you're not making a distinction. You're not making a distinction in the sense that just hear me out. You're not making a distinction in the sense of how the rock is ingesting that energy or that type of information. The way it does that, you cannot associate it with a level of intelligence. The rock has no intelligence because the way it's processing energy or that type of information is distinct from how we or photosynthesis or even a low level of intelligence would do the same. So you have to make a distinction between the levels, and that's what I'm trying to get people to understand. You have to make a distinction. Rocks do not ingest information the way we do. Go ahead.
Okay, I actually don't disagree with that, but here's the problem, right? I'm not concerned with how intelligent a rock is. I'm concerned with necessarily demonstrating that a rock is intelligent in the first place. That's what this entire discussion's been. So when me, Louis, Eric, and Nathan were going back and forth on this, we're stuck on the part where is it intelligent at all, or is it not intelligent, period? Like, that's the thing we need to reconcile first before we discuss how intelligent it is. And we need to reconcile what do we mean by intelligence, what do we mean by information, what do we mean by exchange. All of these things, right, are applicable to the nature of the discussion we're having. And the nature of the discussion isn't like the nature of the discussion we're having isn't about definition. It's about semantics. It's about meaning, which is an increasingly difficult.
Semantics.
Yeah, absolutely. And the point that I'm making is this. Okay, I'm happy to discuss how intelligent rocks are if everyone is willing to concede that rocks are intelligent.
Yeah, and I would still have to disagree.
Okay, there we go. So that's why it doesn't make sense to discuss how intelligent rocks are.
There is a midpoint between the two of you, and I would just call it the ground state. So you can start with like a 0, say, hey, the rock has potential, but not actual intelligence because it needs outside interaction.
I said that earlier.
Other than a rock has to interact with it, and I would say that that's the distinction. So it has encoded memory. There is information in the rock, and depending on how you interact with it, whatever transforms you perform, however you impart energy on it, you'll be able to extract some of that information or measure some of that information. For example, in my company, in our work, whenever we take a measurement, I'm like, how can we break more symmetries at the same time to extract even more information from simply one measurement?
So Huey, he's basically speaking to what I said earlier to Monica, the ability to infuse spirit or soul or software into the things around us. That's what IO is speaking to. Our ability to turn a rock into an intelligence.
I understand that. And so IO, my I guess, don't consider this a rebuttal. Consider this an appenditure here, okay? That insofar as the rock is actually a rock and contains information within itself to maintain its constituency to some degree, you have something that's interacting with itself to some degree to remain that thing, right? And insofar as that's happening, the rock is not just simply potential, right?
It's not necessarily potential. The first statement that you made and the second one do not necessarily logically follow. Like, it's not necessary for the information to be that which binds the system together. For example, I can write graffiti on a rock, and depending on what kind of camera and what kind of light I shine on it, I can either see that graffiti or not. Right? So that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the structure. And like the constituents, like I can't determine deeper than that. So there's information at various measurement scales as well. So the smaller you measure, the more information you can get, right? And so there's kind of that hierarchy taking place in your first to second statement.
Yeah, no, but that's hold on. What's the refutation then? Because what I'm fundamentally pointing out is that like the information contained within the rock to hold solid. So for example, let's say it's a rock made purely out of carbon.
Think of it like this. Hold on. Let me just interrupt a second. This is wrong thinking. Think of it like this. You're a surfer, and you're on the ocean. And there's various waves. And you are paying attention to a particular kind of wave, a particular kind of phenomena of information traveling across the substrate of all matter. Okay? And you're waiting for that. Meanwhile, there's other computations happening. So it's not clear to me that when we look at it, we can say that there's one kind of information. In fact, there's many kinds of information. So it becomes something like... I know, but I'm just using a slightly more precise language.
Okay, no. I that's fine. What's the wrong thinking if that's what I'm saying?
That you're thinking that there's something to do with the constituency to the information, whereas the information could be arbitrarily been painted on to the structure. That's all I'm saying, that makes sure you're not making that mistake in your inference. Okay? If you understand that, then we can continue. But as long as you're not making...
Okay, let me make it... So let me draw this out with an analogy so that we can see if we're on the same page. A rock is a rock, and a rock is comprised of several molecules that ultimately form a shape of some kind that we call a rock. The molecules are typically
arranged in a lattice.
Sure. Arranged in a lattice. There's a sort of like a property to these things that we've ultimately decided this is what we're just going to fundamentally call a rock. Now, when we see a rock, we don't see all of that shit. Granted, right? We don't see the lattice. We don't see the atomic arrangements, but we treat it as a given that those things are fundamentally there in some sense. And the question is, what is holding those things necessarily together, right? And you can say that, well, it's the instruction of the
okay, I have a cheeky answer. Those rules are kept off book. So I don't think they're anywhere in the system. They're discovered about the system. So it's like standing on the edge of a pool and then just taking measurements and then figuring out what the equations of fluids are just by simple measurements of you bobbing up and down on the edge of the pool, right? So that's kind of what we did. Those rules were not written anywhere explicitly. They're embedded, and you can determine them through a series of many measurements.
What would you be determining?
You'd be determining the rules or the consistencies, the patterns that are invariant under time, which is energy.
So you would be determining what has been determined?
No, you'd be able to predict because you would have the rules.
Yes, you'd be determining what has been determined, which is the rules, right? The
But
rules
you would also be able to
right?
predict what has yet to be determined.
I don't disagree with that, but I'm not concerned with the making of predictions. I'm not concerned with making of the predictions, right? I'm concerned with ultimately the rules that govern like the interactions between the atoms, the molecules, and the energy itself, and that there's energy within that particular system. And in saying that, like information is exchanged even within that system, even if it's a closed system, right?
There could be information encoded in the system or embedded. So yes. But the intelligence aspect of information requires that you make predictions about the future because you're using information about the environment to make decisions. And so there's something like that required in the and that's why I suggest the definition of Dr. Michael Levin for his definition of intelligence, sentience, and so on, because he says, hey, we should start treating our liver like it is conscious, because in many ways it is. It's coordinating with the rest of your body to keep you alive at its own expense. That is a weird proposition when it comes to intelligence.
I'll ask a simple question, Aya, right? And if you give me a simple answer. Does the energy inside the rock help keep the rock together or bind the rock?
Okay, so I would phrase it like this. There is the rock.
No.
Let me phrase it. Let me say it out loud how I would translate it as a physicist, and then we'll go from there. Okay. So the rock has mass. That mass has energy. Given the morphology and other properties of the rock, I can determine further not only the mass and energy, but the specific configuration of those within the space. Okay, so that's all I would say at this point. There's something like you have to have that kind of separation. There's almost like a tripartite way of breaking.
Aya, did you hear the question I asked?
Just restate the question.
Does the energy in the rock help bind the rock?
Yeah, my wife is like, well, I don't know why you're looking at me for this. And I'm like, I'm struggling because it's an awkward question. I would say there's, like, the rock is in a stable energy configuration. Like, I'm not a large language model, so I can't really make it that much of a large leap. But my thing is, I would just say that it's in a stable energy configuration. And then you could probably make that determination by just measuring its information. And so after many measurements, you could come to some sort of agreement with that statement, but I wouldn't state it that way. It's the wrong way of phrasing that thing. At least for a physicist.
Okay. I'm gonna be back in 10 minutes, y'all. So I hope, because I gotta quickly make a run out. I'm gonna be back in 10 minutes. Just give me 10 minutes.
So it makes me think, is there any type of rock that is alive?
Yes, your computers. I already told you that one.
No, I'm talking about not computers.
Well,
Wait, computers aren't alive.
Well, how can you...
Wait a minute. No, coral. Is coral considered a rock?
I don't know, is it? So you mean something that is not assembled, or something that's not... So you mean something that's just default there without... Right? Is that what you refer to, Mark? Something that's just default there where you don't have to do any assembly, right?
Wait, I'm still working on his coral living rock.
Okay, no worries. Nathan, were you gonna say something?
Not a rock, Monica. You didn't even open the check. It's not a rock.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's what she's okay. Yeah, correct. I didn't think it was a rock. I thought it was a plant, but you can correct me though. The point is though, Monica, and I also sort of I don't agree exactly with his wording, but I get the spirit of what he was saying. Um, Rocks have a potential for intelligence, and I would agree with that. Um, but not that they're infused itself, but that you can assemble it or essentially compute it into something that is intelligence. That's what our computers literally are. And they don't have to be sentient or self-aware. Although they're getting there, they don't have to be, and they haven't been historically. And yet they still compute, they still calculate, they still encode, they still do a lot of things that are clearly associated with intelligence. So, you know, um, one thing I would say is that this entire conversation shows, at the very least, we have an old, outdated model of viewing the world, which I call physics, metaphysics, that needs to be changed because it's not allowing us to keep up with the modern day reality, how things actually are. And that's because we're still working with a framework from like, shit, 607, maybe 800 years ago. So, that is the thing that needs to change, and that's essentially what this conversation is dealing with.
Morning. I was just, you've been listening for a while, and I'm familiar with Alfred North Whitehead to some degree. And I think what Huey was getting at, part of, I think it was Louis reading the definition earlier, he had mentioned kind of like the rock there, but that you had to have the information included a series of events. So Io was addressing it. He was talking about these events of measurement. Right now, North Whitehead is a mathematician also, and so since it's kind of a semantic game, maybe I shouldn't say game, but because if you listen to Io and you listen to Huey, you'll see the way in which they're phrasing things, the terms in which they're using. And this is in one manner a type of pushback with the idea that we're able to more appropriately approximate truth because you have to adjust the language that you're using. Not have to, but there's certain constraints, like in physics, on how to approach a definition of things. And so Huey, calling this a metacognitive dialogue, right, in trying to justify Alfred North Whitehead saying that a rock is in the universe and it has a relationship in time with all things in this universe, such that God is all things and that the rock is in process and that these events are that to know them are a series of events. The whole thing stems from the idea of, is a rock intelligent, right? And so the idea of granting over that the coherence of a rock being a solid, that inside of itself, the lattice or the physics of it maintain a type of coherence, that presumption, right, whether or not you're using events to do it, the presumption of the essence is that the coherence itself is a type of intelligence, saying that to bind itself, the molecules to bind, is a type of intelligence, or the materials, the minerals, the whatnot that makes up a particular stone, right? It's kind of, to use the semantics, to use the word intelligence at this level. I think, and I don't know when Io came in because I've just been listening, but Huey had kind of justified that he'll grant over if one is going to start with the presumption that rocks have intelligence, he can then speak of the degree in which they have intelligence. And so what I'm just trying to note is the way a physicist might want to tighten the lexicon and the semantics, the way they want to phrase it, is for something that kind of is like a hand to glove into what now Alfred North Whitehead was saying, was that it's a way of saying, hey, this is how we're going to frame it, but that the right when I get to my piece de resistance, I gotta focus on what's around me here. But the whole idea is that the way in which something is described needs to be very specific if you're doing physics to reach these the practice of the physics is the events, right? So it's already wrapped up within Whitehead's definition is what I was trying to say.
That's a great point, actually.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought.
Is that Ferris Bueller?
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. No points.
That's
And
actually
they
very
got
profound because
Ike like that.
I just want to point out what Ike said, and this is kind of like, he said that something like, hey, the ability to hold yourself together is something like intelligence, and that's where my disagreement with Huey kind of hinged on. That it wasn't necessarily clear to me how the system was leveraging that information for some end goal, and that's kind of how we tighten up the definition of intelligence.
Yeah, and then that brings in the utility function, right? Meaning, if physics is trying to discover what is this going to do, what can it do, what is its makeup, but even the act of wanting a prediction instead of stepping back and saying that your consciousness is exploring an event, and it's these events that make up what Alfred North Whitehead is saying is like the whole configuration of what it means to be alive or not be alive. How to phrase it? Because I don't have Whitehead's words in front of me, but just the act of trying to discover it is a series of set events, and so once again, that's kind of caught up within, I think, the drive of what Whitehead is saying about what process philosophy is. But I've always had a little bit of difficulty accepting Whitehead because he steps back on categories and because he presumes a panpsychism before he's starting his dialogue. Anyway, coffee time. Okay. Like to ask IO, would you do physics if there was no utility function? If there's no utility, no application for anything that you discovered, why do it, right? If there was no record or no thing minus utility function in physics, why would one do physics? And so if you just subtract utility function from everything and you just kind of reapproach a situation, I guess the utility function would just be to comprehend it. And I think it's that synonymous notion of comprehension that Alfred North Whitehead is saying the universe is intelligent and it's panpsychism. But that's why, and then a side note, the idea of saying at the end of the day, and then X, Y, and Z, right, that someone might say, or this idea that one is going to come to truth, or that we need to update our truth. That by itself is a problem, because people, different cultures, different times, different analysis of language, it would seem that is always going to remain in a flux and an ambiguity, because people will always choose different lexical terms or configure their approach to things, their perspective of things in a particular way that can be unique to them. And maybe as we're going forward, we'll have more freedom and more expansion instead of more narrowing and more attempts to approximate truth in this metacognitive sense. All right, I've lectured enough. Now
I'll add a little caveat to that and say further in humans it becomes even more annoying because, hey, eventually you trade out all your cells. You're doing like mass exchange all the time, so you are just a pattern that is stable and you're using atoms to represent yourself, which is even more fucked because that's like, holy shit, there is something like information outside of matter. But there's something like structure, and so think of it like a tornado moving through the desert, for example, right? The sand is changing, but the tornado is continuing to go. So when you're talking about information, it's important to remember that information also has something like time slices. Even if it's just deliberation or thought, you're going to require either the next frames, think like frames in a roll of film, or you're going to need to be able to move energy and therefore exchange information. Sometimes energy is, or information exchange is very inefficient, so a lot of it's lost in heat. When things kind of get heated up together, you kind of lose track of where they were and stuff, and then it's like, oh, it's just heat. So for example, I'll give this as an example with my work. It used to be thought that microwaves could only impart heat energy onto cells. Now the change in thinking is something like we can impart resonance on sequences of cells, and so if you have the wrong sequence, you're more likely to get cancer now. That's a Yale study that showed that. So that's kind of how thinking of information differently can change the way that you operate. But again, this is just a physicist-centric approach, so there's probably many ways to approach.
Yeah, information specifically is my favorite topic. It's always interesting to see how people approach trying to define it. But it is the future, and it will be the basis of replacing the whole metaphysical, physical paradigm in which people like to categorize existence. I think you need to get rid of that and just use information intelligence and computing, and then introduce levels to make distinctions between certain categories of information. So that's the future, and I'm glad more people are having this type of conversation. So. Facts. Yo, Louis, you did No, I was just fucking with that. That was funny. I know. It was funny though. Alright, that's what you get, bitch ass nigga. Don't think I forgot what you did last time.
Since I let you guys go, I didn't hear a damn thing because I was ordering coffee and shooting shit with the baristas. So whatever that was, I don't know what that was. Number though? No, but she had my number and she was like, "Get the fuck out of here with that black coffee." Now, you got, I don't know how. I mean, I know we rub each other the wrong way sometimes. But
I like you. You know that. I just sometimes you give me shit, I give you shit. So it's all good. I fuck with you though. You know, so.
Yeah, and I realized being in this room, right, and I had to come to grips with something think it was 2 days ago, which was when the room gets heated, I'm so used to the idea that I have to reduce my point and just shortcut it and just say it as quickly as possible. And when I do that, obviously it's like sometimes I hit the mark and other times it's like entirely just it's too cut up, right?
No,
And
I hear you. Yeah.
So that's my problem though. We're not relaxed. I've kind of been trained to do that, and I thought, next time we come in, just breathe, just exhale, just take the time, and just say what I'm gonna.
And look, it's like not everybody has the ability to always, in the perfect sense, because yeah, you're right, perfectly portray what's in their head in the least amount of words. That's a skill in and of itself. It's not easy to do, to try and convey what's in your head, especially when we have these big heady topics, to try and convey that in the least amount of words. It's not always easy. So, it's actually what I critique AWOLK about. AWOLK is brilliant, but he needs to understand you don't win when you can't convey your thoughts in words people understand. It doesn't give you you don't win arguments using prestigious jargon. That's what they call it, prestigious jargon. Essentially words nobody understands. Say it again.
Like Peterson.
Yes. So love AWOLK to death, but and I sorry, Ike, I always get you two mixed up. Ike, I'm just saying that.
Brother. Like, as much as you guys critique AWOLK, it's that you guys just aren't equipped to debate him. He is right, but a lot of that stuff goes over your head.
That's not true. That's literally not true.
No, that's literally true.
No, it's not.
I'm not even gonna respond.
As a matter of fact,
I never heard people say this. I mean, this is what I always hear. AWOLK, he always uses these big words, right? And he relies on big words in order to win the debate. No, he's using the right words. It's just your vocabulary is on the same level as this.
Yeah, that's just not true.
These philosophical topics.
Yeah, that's just not true. Again, that's not true. So the good thing about me is that I do understand the words he uses, and that's why I know it's prestigious jargon. It's other people. That's why I can critique. That's why I can critique him.
Overcomplicate.
Nathan, I can critique him because I understand.
IO got the seat of IO too.
I didn't say IO. I said Ike. Ike, not IO.
Oh,
that's one. Two.
I can support for the host too.
No. So okay, you are right in the sense that IO sometimes will use words also that a lot of people don't understand. But the difference is IO would at the very least make an effort.
No, he wouldn't.
Yes,
no,
he does.
He literally says
does
this.
make an effort.
No, he says this. I'm not your. No, he does not. He would literally say stuff like words that say.
When he goes all sciencey or techie, he'll explain.
No, he does not.
He'll explain the concept in text speak, and then he'll give the language.
Correct. Yes, he does.
I could give you countless examples.
Guys, listen. There's certain people that I exclude from teaching, like Nathan. Nathan said, "You ain't teaching me shit." I was like, "Of course, I will remember that. Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind."
But it wasn't me.
It's that reminder.
Like literally,
that reminder that you're gonna stay stupid.
Someone was
You're
talking
gonna
about.
stay stupid.
That's my point. Like,
and so I have that
like
kind of
genes and genomes or something like that, right?
Bully,
and
kind
of
courtyard attitude. This kind of
no, you're saying it wrong. What you want to say is this.
Fire
it's like,
fire.
Okay, I get what you're saying, but tell me what did I say that was so different? Oh, I'm not here to teach you, bro. I'm not here to get the fuck out of here. You are the dumbest, smartest person here.
Well, you know what? I have a team of guys
now, what I mean by
waiting.
I mean, yeah, what I mean by smart, I mean like you
lessons. So
okay, what I mean by smart is that you're only good in your field. You're only good in your field. You take you outside of your field.
Basically
retarded.
You have early onset neurodegenerative disease. Stop it.
Cool. But you can't speak because you lost your tongue. Remember that.
No, I actually lost my tongue. Had reconstructive surgery learn how to speak
my
again,
God, dude.
and I can
Exactly.
still
That's the
school
thing.
you.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Because you talk too much shit.
Drama, let's go. Let's do something important. Let's talk
Yeah,
about
what's up?
I gotta
Okay,
remind him. So
No, Nathan just tried to get off mic
Everyone,
and suck
please pay
dick, man.
attention
Like,
to
nigga, I
Nathan's
didn't ask you to
security.
fucking get off mic and start fucking sucking AWOL's dick, nigga. The fuck up, man.
Y'all just mad because he's
Critique of AWOL. No, nigga, you trying to insinuate, don't ever fucking try to insinuate, nigga. I know every fucking word that comes out of his mouth. That's why he's critiquing you. I know every word that comes out of your mouth. That's why he critique you. I'm not your fucking idiot like most of you niggas in here. I've actually done the work. You niggas don't do the work. That's why he critique you. That's how I know it's prestigious jargon. Not everything he says, but a lot of what he does. He does a tactic where he likes to use big words to obfuscate that he's wrong. He does it all the time, nigga. That doesn't mean that he doesn't say things that are true. He does. But you sitting here trying to act like everything that comes out of that man's mouth is true. He literally argued with me about Bitcoin and how it was going to go fucking down, and he was fucking wrong.
Yeah, that's your field right there.
Right now,
That's your
Bitcoin
field.
is at $117,000. He used every fucking big word in his vocabulary to tell everybody on stage that I was wrong, nigga, and he was wrong. Don't sit here and try to tell me that I don't know what the fuck AWOL is talking about, because I do, little nigga, and that's the difference between you. Nigga, you like the big words that come out of his mouth, and you don't know half
Do
of
you,
them.
do you understand,
That's a fact.
Nathan, do you understand what King's saying? King's saying that because he does understand AWOL.
Oh my God, what are you talking about?
You know,
I don't need you to white explain.
I was just gonna say, allow me to white explain. I would like to white explain to you.
I understand. I want to.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'd like to say something to you anyway. I think what's happening. I do understand what he's trying to say, and what I feel. Well, all right. So I wasn't going to, but now I'm going to take it.
I take this as an insult, just so you know.
Well, you should take it as an insult because I'm trying to insult you. Because what I was going to say was,
explain what he is trying to say when I already said I got what he is trying to say, and I wanted to respond to it.
Well,
I think that's an insult. That's your white privilege.
Okay, but well, you could, if you want to reduce it to race, whatever, that's fine.
No, that's
fine. Okay.
That's who you are.
Okay. All right. Okay. So wait, but I do have to say this. I think what King is saying, because I have witnesses too. AWOL is really smart, but he relies on his intelligence to be able to sort of confuse people and have them not really follow and understand him. He also speaks very fast. So, yeah, Nathan left. I think what you're talking about, I definitely have identified that. And I think King is one of those people that recognizes that AWOL is smart, but he's not smart enough to understand AWOL, so he can't figure out when AWOL is bullshitting. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Pretty much it. You gotta know, like, both sides of definition.
And I love AWOL. I love him.
Yeah,
Dude,
like, I
like
think
him.
about like a 14-year-old version of me. 14 years old, I was like AWOL. He has a way to go.
Well,
I agree.
AWOL reduces everything to propositional logic and hangs at him as
Hold on,
classes.
Nathan's back. Hold on, Dima, you can continue.
She's finished? Alright, I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. Thank you. I said I already knew. Let me just respond again. Okay. Listen, I'm not saying that AWOL cannot lose a debate, right? Especially on your expertise. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about his debates with you guys when you reduce it just to language. He's not. What he's doing is he's using correct terms.
We figured it all out when you
were
gone. You don't gotta worry
what
about
do you mean? I never got a chance to respond.
We already figured it out. You left. We already figured it out.
I didn't.
Well, prove it by stop drawing white women. Someone pointed that out the other day. I thought that was pretty.
Yo, can I finish, people? She's hurt because I didn't allow her to ask the
because we figured it out when you left. So we can move.
Figure what out? Yeah, shut up. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, shut up. Yeah, so anyways, like I was trying to say before, the white people with their privilege ass wanted to stop me from talking to white slang, right?
Wow.
You see the privilege?
Hold on, I gotta put my baby Nathan to sleep.
How about this?
Yeah, I will miss out on millions going to be a doctor. I even compared it to being a surgeon.
He said a lot of stuff in the very last 60 seconds. And again, some of the nieces and nephews may have thought that I was grilling him, which I was. And trust me, I don't grill everybody. In fact, I